Good morning, members of the public and fellow commissioners and honored guests. We are excited to begin our commission meeting for October 18th. We will begin with a call to order with our teammates from CDE.
Chair David Tostin.
Present.
Vice Chair Victoria Graff.
Present.
Elizabeth Estes. Present. Dawn Hamilton.
Present.
Betty Liu. Present. April Lopez.
Present.
Russell Michaud.
Present.
Sarah Notch.
Present.
Christine Oyakawa. Gloria Ruiz.
Present.
Heather Snipes.
Present.
Barbara Sorter.
Present.
Janine Topalian.
Present.
Matthew Wilkins.
Present.
Rachel Ding.
Present.
Saran Tugsjarkle. Sorry.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. It appears we have a quorum. With that, Commissioner Sorter, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready to begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag.
The flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well done, everyone. We even had like a harmonizing effect there with our online commissioners. Vice Chair Groff, will you please review the agenda for us?
Yes, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone to our commission meeting this morning. And so we're starting off with a very exciting item of the seating of our student commissioners. And so we will hear more from them and have the swearing in just a few minutes. Our second item is the Family Empowerment Center presentation, which will be followed by lunch approximately around 11:45 to 1 p.m. At 1 p.m., we'll go into closed session until about 1:20 and then have the opportunity for general public comment. And we really do encourage the public to call in and to be able to comment on the items on the agenda. Then item 5 will be 1:40 to around 2:05 p.m., where we will have various commissioners, representatives, the liaisons between the State Board of Education and the Director of State Special Schools giving their reports. Item 6 will be the California Youth Leadership Forum for students with disabilities, which will be followed by a brief break. And then we will have at 3:05, item 7, the California Literacy Updates, to be followed by item 8, another very exciting opportunity for us to hear from the Swift Center at the University of Kansas on moving beyond inclusion. And then we'll have general public comment around 4:35 to 5 p.m. with adjournment around 5 p.m. Thank you.
And I just want to highlight, thank you, Vice Chair Groff. I want to highlight our public comment that takes place at item 4 between 1:20 and 1:40. You will also see public comment immediately following lunch tomorrow at a similar time. And that is an agenda adjustment that we've made based on feedback from our family and caregiver community related to wanting to make public comment. But as different items on the agenda are longer or shorter, it's hard to find when to call in for public comment. And so we are testing a standard spot that is time certain after lunch, where members of the public who wish to call in can call in at that time, and still track along with the agenda, and we'll obviously have our continued public comment. But that will be a standard block where anyone wishing to make public comment to the commission can schedule that time and know that we will be here and listening. So I wanted to highlight that agenda shift and appreciate all of the members of the public, specifically our partners from the parent empowerment centers who raised this issue in one of our conversations. So I wanted to call that out in the agenda. and also take an opportunity to review the channels that the members of the public wishing to make public comment can use. So if I could ask Denise if you'd please put the slide for public comment up so everyone can see the, or not Denise, it's someone else. If one of our teammates would please flash the slide for public comments. I'm sorry about that, Denise. We rely on you for so much, like you're just first go-to. Oh, it's up. I just can't see it. So the modes for making public comment are on the screen. Please use the conference dial-in number that is highlighted on the screen. The public comment outside of the general public comment sections will be specific to the current topic. Callers, we would ask prior to beginning your comments, please turn off the volume on your computer, make sure it's muted to avoid any feedback. And if you are representing a professional organization, we would just ask that you share the organization you're representing at the beginning of your comments. Additionally, you may receive copies of all the materials by emailing the email address that is there, as well as submitting public comment via email should you so choose. With that, I will move into kind of opening up our day. As we reflect back of our 2 meetings of this session of the commission, or this year of our work, we were very intentional in creating a strategic plan that focused on 5 key areas. And I want to highlight how our agendas have begun to shape up in a way that honors the strategies that we've implemented, the areas of priority that we've set, and where we are choosing to focus our time. And Vice Chair Groff can affirm that it's difficult fitting in all these parts in the agenda and making space for all of the important comments, as well as hearing items that are from the Department of Ed that are more policy related. And so today through the agenda you saw a mix, or over the two days you'll see a mix of those items, our strategic priorities, as well as the business of the commission. And so I just wanted to honor everyone's contributions, and as we continue our work and sharpen our focus and our communication, it's important that we recognize the growth and progress that we're making, and that we can continue to make over the duration of our time as a commission this year. And as we open the commission, there have been lots of positive things that have happened in the world of special education since the last time we have spoken. And today is obviously a high day for us as a commission as we introduce or welcome and seat our student commissioners. There was a bill that was passed, AB 447, that created higher ed programs for students with disabilities. And so just highlighting that significant shift and the focus beyond K-12 of the needs of students with disabilities. And it also, Vice Chair and I were having a conversation at the beginning of the meeting, just recognizing that there are significant world events taking place right now in our nation and certainly abroad. And thinking of the needs of individuals with disabilities, we just wanted to take a moment and pause and reflect on our work in centering the needs of our students with disabilities, individuals with disabilities, and their marginalized voices, and how they too, like all of us, are impacted by world events, and how we in our work can continue to create environments where all belong and we are all able to focus on the broad needs of humanity, even in times of crisis. So just wanted to take a moment to reflect before we move into item 1. Thank you all. So moving into item 1, we are very excited that this day is finally here. And I want to acknowledge the work of many of our partners external to the commission, as well as many commissioners and past officers, as we become the first advisory commission related to special education that is going to recognize commissioners who are students who are also voting. And the reason we are intentional about not putting the adjective of student first, because we all have equal obligations and responsibilities as commissioners, Two of our commissioners happen to be in K-12 education. Many other commissioners are also pursuing education. So there are a number of students on the dais. And so we want to honor their voice and role in joining us with commissioners today. And so we will begin with the official swearing in, and we'll do it one by one. And then we'll have a moment to, as commissioners, individually welcome our new teammates and hear an introduction from them. And as we are thinking about our introduction, I would ask you to share a little bit about yourself, but then also why this work is valuable or important to you, and one thing that you have learned as a commissioner, and that can be very broad. Fill up your water bottle before the meeting. Pack lunch, bring coffee, whatever it is that you think would be relevant for our newest teammates, please share. And so with that, before I bungle it, Saran, can I ask you to pronounce the correct pronunciation of your last name?
It's Tuckstruggle.
Tuckstruggle. Commissioner Tuckstruggle, will you join me at the podium for the official swearing in? Are we good?
Hello. We good?
I think we're good. Please raise your right hand. For the Office of Advisory Commission on Special Ed, I state your name,
I, Saran,
full name.
I, Saran Hillary Tuckstruggle,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
will solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will fully support and defend the U.S.
the Constitution of the United States,
Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely,
and that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. Thank you. So we'll ask you to sit down. And Commissioner Ding, would you please join me at the podium? So we'll start here. For the Office of Advisory Commission on Special Education,
For the Office Advisory Commission on Special Education,
I state your name,
I, Rachel Ding,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
and without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Commissioner Dean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's a little piece of history in California. So we'll start with you, Commissioner Ding. Would you please just tell us a little bit about your background and why you chose to go through the process to become a commissioner?
Yeah, hi everyone. So glad to be here today. My name is Rachel Ding, and I'm from Monte Vista High School in the Fremont Union High School District in Santa Clara County. I am a senior right now, so in the middle of training for transition. And I'm very honored to be here today and for the warm welcome from everyone here. I came in very nervous, but it was just great seeing everyone so determined and here for the right reasons. I was born hearing impaired on World Hearing Day. So I've been on an IEP since elementary school, and I'm very grateful for all of the special educators, administrators, and specialists who helped me through that journey. I think without them, I wouldn't be here today, and I wouldn't be who I am without all of their support. So a big shout out to all of them. And last year, I had the opportunity to pursue research that involved talking with hundreds of special educators from California, and that really brought me closer to the special education system. Also studying the critical shortage of special educators, which was very close to my heart when I witnessed a special educator close to me have that mental strain because of overwork and just so much on her plate. And it gave me a much deeper connection to these people that I respected and helped me. And I wanted to see some way that I could give back. So this made me realize that special education is something I'm very interested in, and I want to pursue my career or whatever happens to me after high school in this field. So I'm here today. I think it's amazing that we are finally highlighting student voices and perspectives. I think I want to bring in just the viewpoint of my lived experiences, and as someone who, this is my day-to-day life. Every day I go to school, I sometimes face these challenges and obstacles, but I'm very appreciative of the supports that have allowed me to overcome them and really take charge of who I am and what I want to do with my life. So I'm excited to learn more. Also learn from all of my role models sitting here today. I want to learn more about the education system and inform myself and become not just an advocate for myself, but also for other special education students and help them find their voice, because I think that's so important. And I wanted to shout out Paris, who's sitting in the audience today. I think it's great that all of us youth are informing ourselves of what's happening on the state level as well as on the local level. And I think this is just the first step in getting that student voice out there and on a platform. So my dream is to use data-backed practices and all of those diverse perspectives to ensure that each student feels like they belong and can achieve their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ding. Commissioner Tuggs-Jargle.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, California. My name is Saran Tuxerl, and I stand before you as a junior at Alameda Community Learning Center. Within the walls of my school, I hold the privilege of serving as a president of Interact Club, elected representative for my school's associate student body, and appointed judicial clerk. Additionally, I'm a proud member of a student advisory committee for the League of Women Voters chapter of Alameda. Today, I stand before you with a heart filled with hope and gratitude, humbled by the opportunity to serve as your youth commissioner and advisory commissioner on special ed. In the tapestry of my identity, I'm a woman. I'm Mongolian, American. I have a disability. I have an IEP. But most importantly, I'm the first Mongolian American leader in my generation before and ready to serve you today. I used to be someone who was scared of taking risks. The idea of stepping into the unknown, venturing upon my comfort zone felt daunting. I believed I might lose myself in the process. It was only when I took the courage and take those little steps to embrace these challenges when I truly began to grow and discover the depths of who I am today. It was a transformational experience that shaped me the leader who I am today. Through this journey, I learned that without risk, there can be no real growth. They are the seeds of change that allow us to flourish and become the best versions of ourselves. And now, as youth commissioner, I'm a voice and inspiration for those finding their own. I will stand up for those for those in need, strive to be a source of strength and of those of facing challenges. As I step in this role, I carry the wisdom of my ancestors and the visionaries who believed in change. Their courage fuels my determination. Their dreams propel me forward. Today is not just a new chapter, but today is a commitment to a future where every voice is heard in youth and adults, every challenge met, and every dream is realized. And thank you so much.
Commissioner Ding and Commissioner Tugstraw, thank you so much. I mean, it's so really, you guys are still in K-12. You're still in high school, like just yeah, let's just switch seats now. We have all, for those of us who were a part of the process, and I want to acknowledge I believe, 13 other students who submitted their names for consideration. It was a very competitive process, and want to acknowledge their commitment to have their voices heard and to explore leadership as well, and acknowledge both of you for the clarity of your commitment to public service and for lending your voices. And I so appreciate that you are willing to share your lived experiences, because many of us who are on the dais have been connected to public education for years and decades, and certainly have our own experiences, but it's been a while since I've been a user of the system. And so look forward to growing and learning with you and hearing from your experiences so that they inform the recommendations and decisions that we make, and it's one of the reasons that I choose to participate in the commission. There are 6.2 million, or around 6 million students in California. Most of them we will not meet directly, and so to be able to think about how the system can benefit all of the voices, especially those who are most marginalized, is something that inspires me to be here and contribute to the conversations based on my perspective and lived experiences. The one thing that I've learned in my 6th year as a commissioner, just ask the question. There will be acronyms that you have never heard of. There will be organizations that you've never heard of and aren't quite sure how it all intersects. And so the advice that I've had and the lesson I continue to learn is just ask the question. And the warmth and commitment from our peers and our teammates in CDE, someone typically has an answer, or we will find it together. And so that's the welcome and advice that I would share with you. I will open up the dais for other welcomes and introductions. Start with you, Commissioner Snipes.
I'm so excited that I got to sit with you guys. I have to lean forward because this is far away. But I was honored to be a part of this entire process, the selection process, and I think that we would all be remiss if we didn't recognize the California Transition Alliance team, Dee Torrington, Joyce Montgomery, and others who were really key in helping us find our commissioners and make sure that there's a voice for those other applicants. So we have to say thank you so much to the Transition Alliance team. But I'm just so excited to hear your voices and have you here. You're invaluable to us, and what you have to say is going to be amazing. And the wisdom that I could pass on, I've been a commissioner for maybe a year and a half now. You definitely have a place here, and you don't have to be nervous. That was the way that I felt. Oh my gosh, there's cameras and all of these things, but this is very much like a conversation. And so I just am so excited to hear your voice in our conversations.
Welcome. We haven't had an opportunity to meet. I'm Elizabeth Estes. Was a part of the advocacy for having youth voting members on the commission. And so to see this come to fruition is just so extraordinarily exciting. And thank you for stepping up and lending your voice and your experience and your expertise. I do not think that we can do what we are supposed to do without you here and your voices here. So for me, I took pictures and I'm, just going to push them out. I think this is a monumental moment for all of us, actually. And I just want to genuinely thank you for being here. And yeah, it's a pretty
cool crowd, and everyone has questions, and we're all finding our way, to be honest. And so anything that, we can do to support you, but also just absolutely feel free to lend your voice and your thoughts, because they're so critically important to these conversations. So thank you.
Can I ask you?
Can we speak? Sorry.
Yes, commissioners online who would like to introduce and make a welcome.
Me.
I think that's Commissioner DePaulian.
Yes, this is very challenging for me to be here and not be there, but I just want to say welcome to the commissioners. This is a really amazing moment, and I'm sorry you can't be there in person today, but as you've heard, ask the questions, because we are all, not all, I shouldn't speak about that, but, some of us are still struggling with many different things. So ask the questions, lean over and say, hey, I didn't get that. Help me get organized, like, commissioners would do for me as well. So just as again, commissioner with a disability, I just want to say thank you for being here. And also the reason I do this work is to break that social stigma in many communities and to be able to give back and to understand that why early intervention and what we need to do is very important. So welcome. Thank you. This is an awesome moment.
I wanted to say something too, please.
Please, Commissioner.
Hi, my name is Dawn Hamilton, and I also wanted to welcome you both to the commission and reiterate how excited we are to have you here and to have your voices here. I am the parent of a student with a disability, and my goal is to help her be able to use her voice and, self-direct where she goes in this life and be a part of her education and everything else. And she's not quite there yet in terms of being able to fully communicate. However, I really appreciate that we now have student commissioners who not only have your own voices, but represent the voices of all students with disabilities here. So I'm grateful for that. And I'm just blown away with how articulate and well-spoken you both are, and leaps and bounds above me. I think that you guys will be just very valuable here, and I look forward to hearing your perspective on all the different areas that we cover. And so welcome.
I'd like to jump in as well. My name is Christine Oyakawa. I just wanted to welcome you both. Hearing you speak, I have a lot of hope for the future. So I don't know you yet. I'm so proud of you. You are both just so impressive, and what you are doing is not just historical, but it really will be like a shift, I think, in not just our commission, but in special education, I hope, across the country. I'm also the parent of a student with disabilities. She will be turning 14 this week. She is also hard of hearing. She has 22q deletion syndrome and also identified with autism. And you are both role models for her now. And so thank you for speaking and being the voice for so many students across the state. It sounds like a heavy burden, but I think you are both up to the task. It is pretty obvious to me. I will give you Dave Tostin's seat if he needs to take a break too. So I just want to say thank you so much for stepping up to take this role, and welcome. I'm sorry I can't be there. I'm fighting a cold and don't want to get everyone sick. I really wanted to meet you all, so I'm looking forward to meeting you at our next meeting. Everyone here is so supportive and kind, and if you ever have any questions, like everyone else has said, just lean on the rest of us. So welcome.
I'll jump in. This is Commissioner Ruiz. Just really want to piggyback on what everyone is saying. It's just a very exciting time to have you both here. And I just want you to know that it's true what everyone is saying. What you see is what you get. These are very warm people that are sitting with you and that are here online and just really, truly willing to help and answer. There's no dumb question. Everyone has felt nervous, and you don't seem to. You guys seem to be doing quite well, but we are here. And again, just welcome.
Any additional comments from commissioners online?
Oh, okay, I'll speak in. There's my hand. Good morning. I'm April Lopez, and welcome new commissioners. Thank you for being here. I'm a parent of a student with a disability who has Down syndrome and is autistic, who actually is a recent graduate with actually I should say a certificate holder, hoping for a diploma someday. And just be good to yourself. Be patient, especially with the acronyms. And if you're so lucky, perhaps soon you'll get to sit by Commissioner Tilston. He was my great acronym mentor. And I felt myself writing on his paper the first year to remind me what that acronym meant. And so it'll come to you. Just give it time and just take it all in. There's a great, wonderful group of people here that are just supporters and have always been mentors to me. So, and enjoy your day.
So if we could continue with Commissioner Notch and just work our way around the podium for welcomes.
Good morning and congratulations, and thank you sincerely for taking on such a tremendous, and as everyone has mentioned, historic leadership role on behalf of students in California. Professionally, I work in education, but my role on the commission is also as a parent of a student with a disability. And like some of the fellow commissioners shared, it's my dream to see him up here one day or in a leadership position and really seizing his opportunities and operating with such self-determination and vision and drive. And so I'll echo the sentiment of what role models you could be for him and for everyone else. Just beyond thrilled that you're here. And the advice that I will share is that, as everyone has said, we're all here together in conversation, in collaboration. I would invite you, if the conversation is going in a direction where you feel like you could offer something different, a new way of thinking, a new perspective, don't be afraid to chime in with something that might not be how the conversation is flowing. It won't be seen as oppositional or difficult in any way. That's exactly why you're here, to offer the perspectives that we might not have. So please feel free to speak up and use that voice, and welcome again.
Welcome. We are so excited to have you here. My name is Russ Michaud. I am a TK-12 special ed administrator, also in Santa Clara County. And so I get to see every day the wonderful things that our kids are capable of. And we're so excited to have you here on this commission as a role model to students across our state. And so welcome. The piece of advice I can give is you are here for a reason. You were chosen for a reason. And your perspective is valid, and we want to hear it. And so don't worry about a warming up period, or I'm not going to talk for the first meeting. I'll wait till a couple months from now. Like we want your perspective, and you were chosen for a reason. So welcome.
Well, hello again, and I had the pleasure of getting to meet you in person, Victoria Graff. And I'm Professor Emeritus at Loyola Marymount University, and so I more or less represent universities that prepare teachers, both general ed teachers as well as education specialists, the special educators that you've interacted with. So your voices, I think, are incredibly important for those professionals who prepare teachers. We need to hear your voice, your situation, your personal experience, your advice that you have for us, because I think oftentimes we operate in a vacuum and we talk to each other, but we don't always have the opportunity to listen to the students that we're actually preparing our teachers for. So this is just so exciting. And I think since I've been on the commission about a year and a half, and this is the most significant event that we've had, is to have your voice here. Not to put any pressure on you. Please don't. It's like you're speaking for the entire 6 million, students. No, that's not the case. It's your own personal experience that we value. So I don't really have any additional advice other than what you've been given and already. But again, anytime you have any question, don't hesitate. You've got, whether it's Chair Toston or any of us, we're here to support you. So again, welcome.
Well, congratulations. I'm Barbara Sorter. I'm an executive director of special education in the Riverside, Southern California area. So it's very nice to meet you. I'll echo what everybody else has said. We're so excited to have you here and hearing the student voice. In terms of advice, I think there's already been so much great advice, but I will say that there are not assigned seats. So when we meet, right, we can, that way, because we all want to sit next to you and get to know you and make our way over here, right? No. And so welcome, and it's nice to meet you.
Good morning. My name is Matt Wilkins. Like many of the commissioners, I'm also a parent of a student with an IEP. And I'm really excited to meet you and to work with you. I learn so many new things from my daughter every day that, like, learning from you as well, I'm really excited for that opportunity. This is a great group of people, and I learn every time I come here, and that's probably one of the best privileges of being able to be part of the commission. And I'm one of the newest commissioners as well, and so I can tell you it gets easier every meeting you attend. And so welcome.
Welcome. I am Betty Liu. I am a school board member in Torrance Unified School District. Torrance is located in the South Bay of Los Angeles, and we have about 34 schools. I come in here to give the perspective of someone who helps implement a program and a policy center for my own school district, and they like to see how, what my perspective is. But having recently implemented a student board member program at my own district, I know how important it is to have board members like yourself who are the recipients, direct recipients of these services. And so far, I have heard amazing views and comments from our student board members that we adults sitting on the dais usually don't think about. And you are going to be very essential here on this commission. And I myself, like Commissioner Wilkins, is rather new. My last meeting was only my first meeting here. And so far, I have found that everybody here is so kind, so nice, very helpful. So please don't be afraid to speak up or ask what that acronym is, because education field, there are quite a lot of them. I actually have a book of acronyms in education. All right, welcome.
And now I wanted to give an opportunity to recognize and an opportunity to extend a welcome from our State Board Liaison, Dr. Allison Yoshimoto-Tori.
Thank you, Chair Toston. I want to echo all of the greetings and welcome from all of the commissioners and congratulate the commission for having the foresight to include young people on our part of the discussion in the commission. As you know, this commission advises the State Board of Education, the Legislature, the Governor, the Superintendent of California Public Instruction. And so your perspective is so crucial for us to learn from, and we just really appreciate the time and effort that you made and the steps that you took, as well as the other students who applied to be here for us to help guide the conversation. So I'm Allison Yoshimoto-Tari, the State Board of Education Liaison for this commission, and I look forward to learning from you. Congratulations.
And so I will ask our teammates to display the slide for public comment and ask for anyone in the room who wishes to make public comment to begin lining up. And so as I summarize, what we heard across the dais here, don't be afraid to ask questions. There's lots of acronyms. And I want to call out most of the commission are relatively new, I would say 2 years or less in their service. And so while we shared our our opportunity to learn from you. I just want to highlight that we are all learning together as we continue the work and build upon past iterations of the Commission to strengthen our advice to our appointing bodies. And before we switch to public comments, I do want to take a moment and acknowledge Senator Henry Stern, who was the vision behind this bill. And as Commissioner Estes shared her initial involvement, 3 years ago, it seems like. 3 to 4, yeah, about 3.5 years ago, right before the pandemic, we were a part of a town hall with Senator Stern, and he talked about his vision and the importance of not just hearing from our student commissioners or commissioners who were students, but ensuring that the rules had an active voice in the decisions and recommendations that we're making. So just wanted to acknowledge his work and vision that has led us here today and through the passage of the bill. And so with that, I will transition to public comments in the room. If you wish to make public comments, please line up and come to the podium.
Good morning. My name is Lana Tejas, and I'm the president of CARS Plus, which is the California Association of Resource and Special Educators. And when you talk about voice, that's part of our role, is to lend voice to special educators across California. So Rachel actually, at our convention last year, she came and presented her research, and she did a fabulous job, and we had invited her to be our liaison. So I am so excited and welcome both of you. This is really awesome. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dee Torrington from the California Transition Alliance, and I feel like a very proud mother right now. I can't stop smiling. I'm so excited for you two, and I know you're going to do great. I've had the pleasure of working with them throughout the summer with the interviews and then going back and forth, and they have just been nothing but a pleasure. So intelligent, so wonderful at identifying things we need to work on. What was a little bit discouraging was it was things we thought about 20 years ago, but we're working. We're getting there, right? And one of our jobs was to take the students that were, all the students that applied and invited them to be a part of sort of an advisory group for our two commissioners. And Paris is one of those students, and he's come today in person to come and see this process in action. So we're very happy to have him as well.
Congratulations.
Good morning. I'm Kara Shikowski. I'm with the Special Ed Administrators for County Offices. We call it SECO. So I just wanted to very quickly compliment the Commission for your excellent selection of these two commissioners who are students, and also to congratulate you two. Welcome.
So, Saran and Rachel, please don't be surprised if you have a number of business cards by the end of the commission. Given your interest in public service and public education, I can count like 3 county offices, a charter school, and a number of other public agencies who, while understanding that you're currently in high school, just want to plant seeds very early. So the recruitment might begin today. With that, I will transition to our online public comments. Are there any comments from the public?
There are no calls at this time.
Okay. At this point, we will close this item, but since we have time, I would like to ask all of our commissioners if we could come around and do our welcome picture to make sure that we memorialize this moment and can use this photo in the annual report.
I can take a picture.
Janine, can we paste our picture in the middle over there, you think?
That's what I was thinking. Maybe we can Photoshopped in.
With all this technology, couldn't we do that?
I think Dawn can.
I feel like we should have sent little face pictures on sticks.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking that, but I thought somebody's going to say you're out of this world. But thank you, Dawn, for mentioning that.
Yeah,
I agree.
You
I think they
a
need
lot
to
of life.
Photoshop this.
Feeling very left out right now.
I am too, and this is so. I hope they can hear us. Could they hear us?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
We can hear you.
Thank you for hearing. But I mean, it's true. Why don't you guys put a picture of us? Yeah. No.
Yeah.
It is. It's a great moment, and I mean, this is what we've been working for a year, for like a couple of years now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell David.
I think their tech people are fantastic. They could figure it out from the last picture. Take us and put us in there.
You should make the suggestion.
You second.
I'll second it. See.
Commissioners Ruiz, Topolin, Lopez.
Oh, you guys can hear us. Yes, yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, not visually present in the future. I mean, in the picture. You were definitely a part of it. And so we will absolutely look for an opportunity to Photoshop you in, if possible. I'm not
yes.
Not sure state agencies have that capability, but we will definitely make sure that we have a screenshot of Zoom or some way to acknowledge our shared presence for this important moment. And Commissioner Topolin, as always, it's a joy when you're on a hot mic.
Thank you. Just mute me.
Okay. So we are running a few moments ahead. It looks like we have 10 minutes until our next item, roughly 10 minutes. So we'll just take a 10-minute break until our next item begins so that we can stay on schedule. So I'll ask commissioners, please be back in your seats promptly at 10:58. And we will begin item 2, our presentation from the Family Empowerment Centers will begin promptly at 11 a.m. So commissioners back at 10:58, and the meeting will resume at 11 o'clock. And we're back. Thank you, everyone, for joining us and for your patience. We are excited to hear from our partners from the Family Empowerment Centers. Many commissioners may remember previously we had a presentation, I want to say maybe 2 years ago, or 3, before the expansion, where we were very supportive of the expansion. And so I'm very happy to have our partners here today to share an update on what's happening and give us a perspective on the local impact. And so with that, I will transition to our presenters who are joining us online.
Thank you so much. Hello, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Patrick Garcia-Smith, and I am an Education Programs Consultant for the programs. Oops, sorry. Zoom thing is messing with a little bit on my side. I apologize. Okay. It isn't a Zoom meeting unless some little glitch happens on one of the people's sides. So again, as I was saying, my name is Patrick Garcia-Smith, and I am an Education Programs Consultant for the Programs and Partnerships Unit of the Special Education Division. It has been nearly exactly 2 years since I initially presented to the Commission on the Family Empowerment Centers on Disability, whereas 2 years ago, I was obtaining your respective feedback on the development of the request for application for this grant. And today, we are here to present on the recent expansions and the fulfillment of our charge to establish a center within each of the 41 FEC regions of the state. 2 years ago, we only had 14 centers. And today, we're on the verge of establishing a center in the last remaining region of the state that does not have one, thus finally concluding the expansion. Today, I will provide a brief overview on the conclusion of the Family Empowerment Centers on Disability expansion, CDE Technical Assistance Partner Robin Ryan from the Seeds of Partnership will provide additional points of discussion from this process that has taken place over the past 2 years. Additionally, representatives from 2 centers, Hillary Martinez, Program Manager from Parenting Network, Inc., and Elizabeth Spencer, Director from Westside Family Resource and Empowerment Center, will share their insights on the regional impact of the expansion and the positive impact on their local partnerships. Again, we thank you all for providing this opportunity for us to speak on the immense impact that the expansion has had on our state and respective communities. I will now share with you an overview of today's presentation. Today's agenda will have us present on the following items. First, a Family Empowerment Centers on Disability, or FEC's, brief overview. Next, Robin and I will speak on the CDE and Seeds of Partnership oversight and technical assistance to the FECs. Following this, Hillary and Elizabeth, who are our ACSE FEC liaisons, will briefly present on their centers and their regions, and then speak on the positive outcomes from newly established and existing FECs. Lastly, Robin will present on the focus areas of expansion and FEC local educational agency collaboration, and ultimately end today by sharing our respective contact information. All right, what are the Family Empowerment Centers on Disability? FECs were established through Senate Bill 511, then enacted as California Education Code, EC, 56400 through 56414 in 2001. FECs offer specialized training, peer-to-peer support, access to information, resources, and support with referrals and services to parents and families of children and young adults with disabilities between the ages of 3 and 22. They aim to assist parents to better understand their child's educational and developmental needs, effectively communicate with service providers, serve as a resource for the IEP process, participate in school reform and improvement activities, promote alternative dispute resolution, and support positive relationships between parents and professionals. FECs provide supports and services related to the 11 elements in Education Code 56408 as a condition of funding. These nonprofit 501c3 organizations are staffed primarily by parents, guardians, and family members of children and young adults with disabilities and adults with disabilities. Each center is unique and provides services based on the needs of their region and communities. There are 41 FEC regions in California, currently being served by 31 FECs. Most of the FECs follow a similar regional coverage area as the Early Start Family Resource Centers. Some FECs serve one region, which covers one county, whereas others serve multiple regions and counties. California parent organizations. The FECs are part of a larger network of parent organizations in California, with some centers receiving multiple grants and therefore are multi-funded, meaning that some centers may not only be an FEC, but also one or more of the following organizations as well. And as we've onboarded newer FECs, we are in the process of strengthening the coordination between these parent organizations. The Early Start Family Resource Centers, or ESFRCs, which serve ages 0 through 3. Their focus is on serving families of infants and toddlers at risk of or with developmental delays and disabilities. Currently, there are 47 centers funded by the Department of Developmental Services. Some of our most recently established FECs are also ESFRCs. So as a result, they've been able to expand their services from 0 all the way to age 22. As we've been discussing, there are the FECs, and they serve ages 3 through 22. Their focus is on families of children and young adults with disabilities. Currently, there are 31 centers funded by the CDE, but soon there will be 32. The Parent Training and Information Centers, or PTIs, which serve ages 0 through 26. Their focus is on families of infants, toddlers, children, and young adults with disabilities. Currently, there are 6 centers funded by the U.S. Department of Education. And finally, there are the Community Parent Resource Centers, or CPRCs, which serve ages 0 through 26. Now, their focus is on targeted communities of families of children with needs. Currently, there are 6 centers funded by the U.S. Department of Education. Excuse me. Family Empowerment Centers by cohort and county served. So looking at this chart and the timeline it depicts, you would not be wrong in saying that this is a lot of information, because it is. But an enormous amount of work went into making this expansion happen, which I'll now concisely present to you all. Again, following Senate Bill 511, in 2001, the first 12 FECs were established through the request for application process and onboarded. When discussing the expansion, we internally refer to these 12 centers as Cohort 1. 5 years later, in 2006, 2 additional FECs were established through another RFA, which formed Cohort 2. Fast forward ahead to 15 years later, funds were appropriated by the legislature to not only augment the funding for each center, but also to establish new centers through the RFA process in areas of the state that did not possess a center. This resulted in awarding and onboarding 13 new FECs in 2021, which make up Cohort 3, and the establishment of 9 more centers in 2022 that now make up Cohort 4. Following the 2023 FEC grant RFA, we were able to establish an additional 4 FECs that make up Cohort 5, which now brings us to the most recent RFA cycle. The CDE Special Education Division is in the midst of awarding the FEC grant to the remaining region of the state that still does not possess an FEC, which is the Lake County region. And this new center will make up Cohort 6. This process will conclude in January 2024 and will culminate with an FEC providing services to each of the 41 regions of the state, which is a far cry from the 14 that we previously had only 2 years ago. But nevertheless, I would like to quickly highlight to the Commission that it was the dedication, passion, and sheer perseverance of the original 14 FECs, Cohorts 1 and 2, and the strong foundation that they established that enabled us to facilitate such a rapid and successful expansion over these past 2 years. Now, in regards to the counties served within this timeline, you may notice that Los Angeles County is repeated numerous times, which I would like to take a quick moment to explain. The Los Angeles County is actually separated into 10 regions or catchment areas, A through J, and is served by 6 separate FECs. The catchment area each FEC serves is separated by LEA area. Due to location and population density, 7 of the 10 regions share in serving a portion of Los Angeles Unified School District, or LAUSD. The portion within the LAUSD boundary served by each FEC is further identified by zip code. In a moment, Robin will speak on an online tool that the public is able to utilize in order to identify the FEC that serves their specific region. I will now speak on our respective roles and responsibilities. The CDE and FECs, role and responsibility. The CDE provides program and fiscal guidance and oversight to all FECs. Moreover, the CDE contracts with Seeds of Partnership, statewide training, and technical assistance partner to provide FECs ongoing support and coordinated assistance. This includes monthly office hours where the entire CDE FEC team is present to provide any necessary support. One-to-one office hours where consultants meet individually with centers to provide additional assistance. Curating online Padlets that are full of resources for the centers to refer to and utilize. And we're also in the process of developing additional technical assistance webinars that take place at the beginning and throughout the fiscal year. In collaboration with CDE, the Seeds of Partnership facilitates the Family Empowerment Disability Council, FEDC, meetings and related activities. Currently, the CDE, SED, and Seeds of Partnership are in the process of conducting short and long-term planning, expanding infrastructure to support this expansion, program evaluations, and outlining collaborative efforts with other statewide organizations and initiatives to best support FECs. And with that, it brings me great pleasure to hand the reins of the presentation over to Robin Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Hello, everyone. I'm Robin Ryan, coordinator with the Seeds of Partnership. Seeds of Partnership is a technical assistance project funded by the California Department of Education, CDE, Special Education Division, and is under the auspices of the Sacramento County Office of Education. We support various statewide initiatives and activities related to professional development as needed. Our areas of focus are the assistance to the special education monitoring and improvement process related to parent input, family engagement in general from infant through age 22, support for youth leadership and self-advocacy, early learning with a focus on support tools, and statewide coordinated assistance to the Family Empowerment Disability Council and Family Empowerment Centers, which is what we'll talk more about here today. This is an image of the homepage of our website. You can access most information through the navigation bar on the homepage or the highlighted topic areas on the right-hand side. Next slide. On our webpage, we have a section on Family Empowerment Centers where you can learn more about their work. You can find the contact information for each center under the Family Empowerment Center subheading. You can also access a Find FEC search tool, and you're able to look up the Family Empowerment Center you're looking for by county. A list of the centers is also available on the CDE website under California Parent Organizations. All centers are active and providing supports. Most of the newly established Family Empowerment Centers are still scaling up their supports and resources and hiring staff. Next slide. So with all of the centers in our state, you might be asking yourself, how can you build or expand partnerships with them? So we have highlighted a few ways here. Parents can directly access their Family Empowerment Center for support and resources in their region. Parents can call or visit the websites or social media avenues and attend workshops to learn more and connect. Local education agencies, special education local plan areas or SELPAs, and community partners, they can connect with Family Empowerment Centers in their region to create and build partnerships and leverage and share resources, such as forwarding centers information on upcoming initiatives, activities, invite parent centers to co-partner, sit on committees, partner in resources and messaging that's going to the families. These are just a few ideas. Organizations, CDE technical assistance partners, and grantees that are working on initiatives that are involving statewide or multi-region or specific information requests related to Family Empowerment Centers may connect with Seeds of Partnership to collaborate and coordinate efforts to streamline and best support FECs. Several grants and contracts that serve statewide or multi-regional areas have included components of working with the Family Empowerment Centers. The centers are all unique and their own nonprofit organizations. So Seeds of Partnership helps provide assistance to the multitudes of requests and assists with minimizing duplication of efforts, as well as the ability to extend the reach to all center directors. And then in general, if there are Family Empowerment Center questions, comments, feedback, please contact CDE or Seeds of Partnership, and the contact information will be at the conclusion of the presentation. Next slide. So just to specifically highlight some critical benefits of family empowerment centers and local education agencies working together for students and families, we wanted to just put a few of those down here. So this type of collaboration builds upon existing local service delivery to improve and expand upon support for parents and their children and youth with disabilities by ensuring they have the tools to be able to participate and be active in various efforts. Together, contributing to local level improvement activities and the ability to have the most current local information to share consistent details with parents. Having that bridge of ongoing communication can be helpful to share and revisit what parents are asking for or need more information about, to then explore further opportunities to work together in support of the family. Lastly, to learn from each other and collaborate to provide enhanced supports and resources for parents and students. Next slide. So in 2022-23, the Advisory Commission on Special Education had a liaison partner program as a way for commissioners to branch out to learn more about organizations and programs in our state. 2 Family Empowerment Center representatives participated in that program. And this year, we have 2 serving in this capacity again. So we'll meet the assigned commissioners. What we'll do is we'll be meeting with the assigned commissioners across the program year. And we're very excited that Liz Spencer, Director of Westside Family Resource and Empowerment Center, and Hillary Martinez, Special Needs Service Program Manager from Parenting Network, will serve in this role on behalf of the FECs. So you'll hear from both of them in just a minute. After a brief introduction, Hillary and Liz will highlight some positive outcomes shared by FEC colleagues within 26 of the new regions, newly FEC funded regions, and also from centers with an existing funding. What the positives have been as a result of receiving the increase in funding. Later, I'll share a bit about some of the continued expansion efforts and focal points that the Family Empowerment Centers are working on. Next slide. And so now I'll hand over to Liz Spencer.
Hi, it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting us. My name is Elizabeth Spencer, and I'm the director of the Westside Family Resource and Empowerment Center. And we have been open since 2001 to FEC families. Our area that we serve is part of the LAUSD, parts of the Southwest SELPA, Tri-City SELPA, which would be Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, and Culver City, as well as Inglewood, Lawndale, Lenox, El Segundo, Wiseburn, and Centinela Valley. And it's our program also provides support to families through our Early Start Family Resource Center, a provisional unit, which is ages 3 to 5, for families who have little kids who don't yet qualify for the regional center, but still have challenges. And also we've added a community navigator program to support families from birth through the life cycle. And it has truly been an honor. And I'm going to turn it over to Hillary now so she can introduce herself and her center.
Thank you, Liz. And good morning, everyone attending today, chairman and commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Hillary Martinez. I'm the Special Needs Services Program Manager for Parenting Network in Tulare County, California. We are a recent FEC as of 2002. We're based in Visalia. We have offices in Dinuba and Porterville as well, serving families and communities throughout Tulare County, including the surrounding rural areas within the county boundaries. And we as well are a Early Start Family Resource Center, so those ages 0 to 3, Family Empowerment Center for 3 to 22, and as Liz stated, the regional center eligibility is not required. And we are also a community navigator program for birth to life through life cycle, and they must be regional center eligible. Next slide, please. And as Robin shared, we gathered information from the newly established family empowerment centers on what positive outcomes they've experienced as a result of their funding in their FEC for their regions. For Parenting Network and several other newly established centers, we highlighted the increased ability to develop resources in various languages, raise awareness, and provide support to individuals with disabilities and their families. Additional positive outcomes that were shared are hiring of additional staff, including bilingual staff to increase focus on ages 3 to 22, supporting more families with individualized one-to-one support on special education topics, opened new and multiple office locations, expanding parent education workshops, trainings, and support groups related to special education. Feedback received from families on how excited they are to have services available in their region to help support in their learning and navigating the school system process and programs. And lastly, strengthening positive collaborations with local SELPAs, LEAs, and key community partners. And I will turn it back to Liz to go over the next slide with you.
So the positive outcomes of increased funding for existing family empowerment centers increased the professional learning and training opportunities for FEC staff. And actually, that was one of our top ones from Westside. And I want to tell you how incredibly important that has been. There's been so much movement around education, both pre-COVID, during COVID, now after COVID, and the different areas of expertise that we need to school up on that are so important for us to know as staff and to impart with our families. Alternative dispute resolution comes to mind, and having access to some of the best trainings around that topic has been so important. Other things that we've heard from our sister agencies have been able to increase our staff salary and benefits, and the ability to offer more hours, enabling the hiring and retention of qualified staff. And all of us know, especially in California, how incredibly important that is right now. We've been able to purchase necessary office equipment and data collection software. We've expanded our training and workshop offerings that have resulted in an increase of participation for parents. And just to expand a second on that, is really being able to, as all of us have seen the importance of offering them in various platforms, whether it's in person, hybrid, Zoom, however we can meet our folks where they are. Being able to do that is resulting in just real positive outcomes. And obviously the ability to offer more resources and support in person and virtually to families, whether it's in person at meetings or at trainings or virtually in meetings or at trainings, it has been a real benefit for all of us. And so thank you. And I apologize, I don't have access to my notes right now. Am I turning it back over to Robin?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And so the family empowerment centers are working really hard to serve their regions and continue to build on their supports and resources. And we wanted to share with you some of the specific focal points some centers are currently working on. aside from what was already shared by Hillary and Liz. So establishing and or expanding collaborative and partnerships with local education agencies and special education local plan areas. So for example, through outreach to directors, principals, teachers, and community advisory committees. Some centers shared that they're developing tangible and digitally accessible resources and materials for families that are relevant to the educational needs of their children. Building a larger presence within the regional communities, ensuring hybrid and virtual opportunities for underserved families, IEP education and advocacy support groups, expanding those, growing supports and resources for Spanish and other languages. And that's either through materials, but also hiring of staff to support, increased parent engagement in educational process. And so many of them continue to focus on, again, hiring additional qualified staff and offering the professional learning as Liz shared. Next slide. So our contact information is available on this slide here. For general questions and comments and inquiries regarding the Family Empowerment Centers, these can be submitted to the CDE Programs and Partnership Unit General Mailbox, which is ppl@cde.ca.gov, and to me, Robin Ryan, at Seeds of Partnership at rryan@scoe.net. And then our Family Empowerment Center presenters here and those serving as liaisons this year, Hillary Martinez, Special Needs Service Program Manager, Parenting Network, Inc., and she's Hillary at parentingnetwork.org. And then Elizabeth Spencer, Program Director, Westside Family Resource Empowerment Center, L. Spencer at westsiderc.org. So on behalf of the team here and our CDE and FEC colleagues across the state, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share this update and promote the invaluable work of the Family Empowerment Centers. Thank you all for your time.
Patrick, Robin, Hillary, and Elizabeth, thank you so much for your time and information. As we have new commissioners joining us today, this is an opportunity for us to ask questions or make comments for clarification. And typically I'll open up with some general comments, and then Vice Chair Groff will keep track of who has their hand raised to make a comment. Before we go into our comments, I should have said this at the beginning of the meeting. Remember that we have a teammates of interpreters who are communicating, helping us communicate. And so we should be mindful about the pace of our speech and use of acronyms as we talk. They will flag us if we get going too fast, and so we want to avoid getting yellow and red cards from our teammates. With that, I wanted to draw everyone's attention to slide 3, where they talked about what family empowerment centers are. And obviously the focus is on, supporting parents of students with disabilities, providing support at an individual level for IEP resources and just navigating the system. I would also underscore one of the roles: participate in school reform and improvement activities. The participation of school reform in California currently is through the LCAP process, where we identify goals and objectives. And so I wanted to underscore the opportunity for partnership and collaboration with our FECs to ensure that the voices of our parents of students with disabilities are part of the reform and transformative efforts taking place right now. And so, highlighting the opportunity to participate in the LCAP, and I know the state board will be making decisions around how the section regarding the engagement of educational partners shapes up at their next meeting. And so I just wanted to make the connection between the resource of our family empowerment centers to participate in the conversations that are transforming schools and our routine practices, in addition to the individualized support. I also wanted to highlight one of the resources on the page, the Seeds of Partnership page, that provides an overview of the dual capacity building framework out of Harvard. Quick overview: the framework acknowledges the historical challenge of partnerships between public agencies and our family and caregiver communities. And if we think of the level of resource and support that educators typically receive in terms of professional development, understanding innovative practices, the dual capacity building framework identifies the opportunity for shared capacity building with our families and caregivers so that we are learning together rather than education reserving the role of providing the capacity building as it sees fit. And so how do we learn together and grow together to address the challenges in our local community and in our local school sites? So I just wanted to highlight the opportunity as the FBCs are expanding to be part of the conversations that happen on an annual basis, specifically related to reform and our state's focus on engaging educational partners, and so highlighting our FECs as one of the partners worthy of engagement as we engage in the LCAP processes. And so with that, any other commissioners wishing to make a comment or question?
Commissioner Sargo.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I do have a little questions here. So first off, how successful is Family Empowerment Centers on Disability in California? Like, how many families in California are able to get this access and resource? Because I'm reading an article right now from the Colby College that's talking about some of the concerns of family empowerment centers and how some families are not able to get that and are kind of concerned. And some people from the family empowerment centers have said some things, and I'm just a little questioning about how successful are having family empowerment centers in California.
Thank you for that question. And so I guess one of the big challenges that initially was occurring was just the fact that there's only 14 FECs across 41 FEC regions from about 2006 to 2021. And so as we were mentioning, over the past 2 years, we've been really scaling up for the FECs to be able to expand from that 14 to now 41 FECs. And so again, I think there's definitely going to be a little bit of challenges as we're kind of having that type of rapid expansion. And so not only from, I know some centers that, again, some that have been around since 2002, 2006, and then the brand new centers that were just established over the past 2 years, some as close to about a couple months ago. And so I feel like there's definitely going to be some growing pains as we're continuing to scale up. But that's something that we're also continuously addressing with our respective centers. Just what can we do to better support them? What can we do about, what can we do to better support them? What can we do to better get the name out about FECs out there? And especially over the past 2 years, and I imagine also just coming out of the pandemic, there are some challenges that we're all facing, and I feel like we're just now being able to scale up, provide the appropriate scaffolding, the appropriate amount of folks that can be able to expand those services to families. Because again, we're just barely. I know that there was that space where there's only 14 centers, and those 14 centers, despite only being in their respective 14 regions, they were actually providing services to the whole state. So especially during the pandemic, we were having a variety of different type of virtual office hours, a variety of different professional development support for families. I know folks that were providing services, workshops in Los Angeles were being attended by folks all the way as far north as Del Norte, people in San Diego attending virtual workshops that were taking place in Santa Cruz and whatnot. So again, I feel like I guess it also goes back to like how are we defining success? And I feel like the initial charge is to be able to establish a center within each region, which I feel we've been very successful with. But also, again, there are going to be some of those little growth pains as we're extending and being able to provide the necessary services to the public. I'm not sure. I wonder if somebody else would like to add to it as well. But
Liz, were you going to chime in?
Patrick, I can chime in here for just a second as being one of the first. When our center opened in LA, there was only 2 of us in LA County, if you can imagine. And we recognized the value and the need immediately, and certainly have been in on the ground floors of trying to push for expansion and having every area have their own center. But up until that point, for years and years and years and years, we expanded. So we're located in Culver City, close to LAX. And we were doing IEP support as far as Orange County on one side and Ventura County on the other, Eastern Los Angeles, Southern Los Angeles. And and there were many, many opportunities where we couldn't provide support, mostly in person. And it was just gut wrenching because we saw the value and we knew how important it was. I support Patrick in what he's saying in terms of now that we have a place for folks to go in their area, I expect to see great things coming. And I expect to see more families being served in a way that's going to complement both themselves and the schools. And I think we have to give it just a moment for that to happen. At the same time, if there are ways we can be supporting families better, I hope that we'll always have access to that information. Because if we're not hearing it directly, then we can't make those changes. So I welcome any information that will help us do our jobs better. So thank you.
Commissioner Stipes?
I think that kind of goes right into the question that I had. Thank you for asking that question. My question is similar in the way of wondering how if you have a system that collects those concerns, the challenges from family empowerment centers, and then also how you measure those quality indicators of success, and if you have a framework for that. I know that one of the challenges, especially in the rural area where I live, is staffing family empowerment centers. So just making known the partnerships that are available or that could be made with existing initiatives or existing organizations, I think that would be a wonderful focus for those who are struggling to get their family empowerment centers off the ground and make that connection with their community.
So one of the things you brought up was, this is Robin, about feedback and hearing feedback. And as Liz shared, any and all feedback that's out there, if there's a way, we have listed ways to communicate with us. You can communicate directly with centers. You can communicate with CDE or Seeds of Partnership to share with us, concerns, comments, questions. Please do so. But out there in general, so the evaluation process and data collection is something that is also a part of the Ed Code revamp. We've been moving through a process of redrafting the evaluation and the data that's being collected by the centers for many, many years. There's data that's collected from centers of how many parents contact and that type of thing, how many IEPs are attended, how many trainings, general information like that. But we're moving forward with a different system, which is collecting deeper information about what were the topic areas and just further information to get a better sense of what all the centers are focusing on and their community partners and things of that nature. So it's definitely an expanded view. So we'll have more information as time goes to sort of learn more. And then now that we have more than double the number of centers, we'll have a larger picture across our state versus just the 27 counties that originally had access. So involved in that, there is a parent component, parent survey type of a component that we'll go through, where we'll be able to hear directly from families who received supports from the center. And so that's just another avenue as well.
Can I ask the AV team to please post the slide for public comment as we transition to the end of commissioner comments?
And if we could speak from Zoom, please.
Absolutely. We'll transition to Zoom before we transition to public comment. And we have one more comment, I believe, in the room, and then we'll transition to commissioners online.
Commissioner Sorter.
I just wanted to say thank you for the work you're doing. I didn't get to see the presentation you did 2 years ago, so this one's very enlightening. And I wanted to reference slide number 6, the posting which years centers got started. So in 2022, Riverside and San Bernardino, where I am from, got their family early start family resource network and FEC. And as you know, San Bernardino and Riverside are the biggest counties geographically. So yes, looking to see that Los Angeles had 7 and we have 1, but I do understand the population density does play a role in that. And so when you talk about scaling up resources, I really liked that the mobile food bank and diaper bank that you provide for those areas and driving out and rotating geographically to make sure the student families get supported, because not everybody does have the internet and can join on Zoom. So going out there and finding ways to mobily support is very helpful. Thank you.
So do we have any comments from commissioners online?
I'm not sure you can see our hands raised. We do have hands raised here.
Please, we can't. So please go ahead and state your comment or question.
Hello, thank you so much for this presentation. I am the parent of a disabled student, and I know that for me personally here in Los Angeles County, I've utilized the Family Empowerment Centers. The Family Resource Center here was particularly beneficial to me in the early years of my child's education and being involved, particularly through like the transitions into preschool and then again into elementary school. Our center was just so supportive with information and training and guidance and connecting us with other families. So I certainly, as a parent, found great benefit in that. And I also just wanted to commend you on the expansion and ensuring that more communities have access across the state, because I do see the benefit in it. So thank you.
Are there any other comments from commissioners online?
Yes, this is Christine Oyakawa. Thank you for your presentation. Congratulations on the expansion. I was here on the commission, I think, when you last presented, and so it's exciting to see what has happened despite the pandemic and all the budget issues we've had over the years. I appreciate the question from our student commissioner earlier about the looking into how we gauge participation and use and what is considered success for these centers. And I appreciate that we do have a mechanism, it sounds like, in place to begin tracking and really assessing how much is being used and how well served our families are. I did want to make a couple comments. I'm glad to see that the expansion is not only in physical locations, but especially with the language access. I think for so many of our families, that is a huge part, that is a huge barrier to getting support. And so I'm glad to see that that is a part of what your program is working on. And the other, I just had a question. We've been learning a lot about community schools in California. And when we had a presentation about that a couple meetings ago, one of our questions as ACSE was where the special ed students were being supported. And so I wonder how the family empowerment centers might be positioning themselves in this area. Thank you.
I can just chime in a quick answer to that. And that is that we've had some presentations from the community schools, groups and leaders to the Family Empowerment Center so that we can continue to learn more. So that's going to look different across our state, right? Because these are all unique and their own nonprofit organizations. So they definitely, some have reached out to the leaders in their regions for community schools. We definitely welcome any of those leaders for the community schools. Reach out to your family empowerment centers and invite them to your meetings, because they're eager to partner and learn more about how they can participate and collaborate with you. So we would encourage the community schools folks to reach out and try to bridge that partnership even further as we learn more. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I would ask then if that maybe is something that the kind of umbrella group could kind of push out to your individual centers to encourage them to maybe not wait for the community schools to reach out, but also be proactive. Since as an individual parent, I feel that the students with disabilities have been kind of not forgotten, but not intentionally included with the community school models that we've been learning about. And so, as many opportunities as we can take advantage of sharing expertise and pushing out from your side into the community schools, I would encourage that. But thank you so much. You guys have a lot on your plate, so
thank you for bringing that up. And absolutely, that's why we have continued to provide some information to the family centers, so they're aware. Even sometimes finding who the contacts are has been a little difficult. So that is absolutely what we have talked about. But it's both ways, right? So we really want to encourage both, and the family empowerment centers are eager to reach out, just like they're hoping the folks will remember them too. So thank you for your comments, because this is a hot topic on our plate as well. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Hello again. Hi, this is Gloria Reese. I just wanted to chime in. I wanted to thank you guys for your presentation. I appreciate how informative it was. And I'm one of two commissioners that is a liaison that works with the FECs. So I'm really looking forward to another year of collaboration. Thanks so much.
Thank you once again for answering my question before. When I'm looking at the data from Colby College, I think one of your part-time staff members describes to one of the families said, there are a lot of families that I speak to and they just feel completely overwhelmed. Like there's just a lot of information. So when I speak to a family for the first time, I try to kind of assess where they're coming from and how much they need. And I guess it's saying, without proper navigation of resources and understanding of relevant information, parents face barriers to knowledge about special ed, mainly in regards to parent and child's right on how to request for assessment and start the IEP process. I think that when you answered my question, I think that I'm glad that you guys you understand these challenges and that we are going to make some improvements. But one of my questions is, so how do you guys collect these concerns and feedback regarding these challenges in regions? And who's specifically planning and implementing these FFCs are having, and what those challenges have been? And I guess another thing I could ask is how many families, students with disabilities, youth, how many people know about this type of opportunity? Because I think that this is a great idea. I just feel like not a lot of youth know about this, especially I did not know until now that my city has a family empowerment center, and not a lot of people know about it, even high school students. And not a lot of families, because as I'm a going American, since I have autism spectrum, it was very hard for my parents to find me services and how did I start my IEP process. So I feel like this would be a great opportunity, and just asking how many youth and how many parents know about this opportunity.
Oh, sorry. I can see Rob and myself turning our mic on and off. But and so again, I know when we're looking at the chart, I know it says we had that expansion in 21-22, and so that refers to the fiscal year. And so again, I know I'd be hard pressed right now to say how many families know about this information about these FECs, but I just want to reiterate that. When this grant was first provided to, okay, cool. I see it shared on there. So when this grant was first provided to these 13 new centers, this would have been about May, June 2022. And so, May 2022, because that's still making the fiscal year. But while this process has been going on, I know the previous fiscal year, we ended up with a lot of onboarding of those FECs simultaneously as the centers were being onboarded for this grant. They also were then provided the funds to be able to hire staff, which I know has been a little bit challenging for all workplaces, not just these centers. Especially during and post-pandemic, and so there's a lot of things that are being juggling multiple times in the air. So again, I'd be hard pressed to say right now how many families know about this, but this is something that we're really working on and be able to share the great things that our family empowerment centers are doing, and especially the ones that are brand new and are scaling up. And so, in addition to that, I also wanted to even refer back to one of my previous slides as well, the California Parent Organizations. So, even for these organizations that have been here who have been around for much longer than some of the newer centers, this is something that we're coordinating, that we're in the process of just kind of scaling up, being able to spread the lovely word of the centers and their services. And so, again, this is still, it's not I would love to be able to say that all families know about this, but again, this is something that we're very much in the process of spreading the word around to all these different regions, all these different organizations, and to the greater public.
I'd also like to add, Patrick, that just, family support in general, it's not something, when you're a parent of a child with a disability, you don't always know, you're not always handed information right away about where to go and what to do. And sometimes when you are, you don't use it. And sometimes there's not resources in your area. So it looks different for everybody as far as what your experience is being a parent of a young person with a disability, right? And then as young people with disabilities get older, their access and how they're able to access that information and resources also looks very different. So I think across the board, there's many parent organizations, as Patrick shared that one slide, that have been in our community for years and years and years and years. But even, those of us with adults that have disabilities may just be learning about some supports and services. So I think it really just becomes full circle important for us to come to meetings like this, to share about this information, to partner with our school districts, to partner with our SELPAs and our community agencies to continue to spread the word. So not so much how many know now, but so much how can we continue to spread the word out there so that more will know, especially with knowing that there's so many more counties now that have access to not just this resource, but so many other resources that can support our families. So I just wanted to drop that in.
I'd just like to quickly add, I really appreciate the emphasis of language access and expansion of virtual meetings and virtual resources. I know that in the Santa Clara County, one event that our audiologist was trying to organize was a specific resource event for Spanish-speaking families because so many of those communities are underserved. So I feel like using technology and those virtual resources to spread the word can be a way to serve those populations. And adding on to Saran, I think it'd just be great to maybe see some data on like how many families are maybe served, not reached, because I think that's a bit harder to figure out, but just how many families come to the centers and actually do receive some sort of service. That way we know like the size of our impact and also maybe which areas that we are not able to reach as efficiently. Thank you. It's been a very informative information and presentation. And just like Saran, I never knew about these family empowerment centers across California before looking at the agenda and looking at all of the great resources that you guys provide.
If it would be okay, this is Liz. I wanted to just briefly respond. The that is such an important, I cannot tell you how important these last two comments have been. One of the things about our family empowerment centers, family resource centers, and other parent organizations is just that, is that they're run by and staffed by parents. And I think one thing that many parents share is the frustration of being that parent. And it certainly happened to me, where I would hear about something that was available, but my son was like a year too old, or, it was offered over here, but not over there, or he would need to have this insurance, not that insurance. And there always seemed to be a lot of avenues keeping me out of the service rather than inviting me in. And so to that end, I want you to know that I share in your frustration of not knowing, and you don't know what you don't know. So it's not like you wake up on a Tuesday and you say to the greater community, hey, anybody who knows anything about family empowerment centers, let me know, because you just don't know. And so we reach out to universities, we go to health fairs, obviously school fairs, partner with our SELPAs. We do a lot of educating within the university and teacher training schools. We have partnerships with Loyola and UCLA in my area, as well as Cal State LA. And again, not to overstate the fact that, bringing on the new centers is so important, but my experience had been for so long that I would go to these teacher training schools and I would, do presentations on Family Empowerment Center and how important it was, and pleased to share it with their families. And then I would have to say, well, I serve this area. If you've got a family that needs me, have them call me. I'm not going to turn anybody down, but, it's limiting for me to go outside of my geographical area. And that's one of the things that's changed now, is that we all will be going to our universities, partner universities, and sharing with their, teacher training teams about the great benefits of partnering with the family empowerment centers. I love that you asked this question. It is probably the number one most important question for every parent, is how can we possibly know what is available to us if we don't know? And so you illuminating that was just really important.
Well, as we transition to public comment, I just want to appreciate the presentation and our presenters for their time and depth of information. And one suggestion that we can help facilitate as it relates to community schools is a connection with the State Transformative Assistance Center, who's providing the technical assistance to the regional transformational centers in the community schools partnership program. And so Robin will follow up, or I'll follow up and connect you, I believe it's Dr. Eisen, with the State Transformational Center, because also, as you shared in your presentation, the collaborations that you're charged with, obviously the state has a pretty significant investment in the statewide system of support. And so as we can make connections across that system with the STAC, the SIP programs, the SIL programs, and even the general ed programs, I'm thinking of the 21st Century School Leadership Academy, which provides resources to principals so that we can diminish the our shared blind spots about resources that are available and the opportunities to connect with our parent community to understand the lived experience. And so as we transition away, I just want to, again, thank you for your time, and I want to recognize the energy coming from the right side of the podium. Thank you, Commissioners Ding and Tuggs-Jargel, and we will extend our invitation to you right now to return next year in October. We recognize and respect the scaling up, but we would love to hear your continued progress next October, as well as data about the connections, collaborations, and scale that's taking place. So thank you all for your time. We'll follow up and make those connections and coordinate our next opportunity to connect with you through our liaisons and certainly in the formal meeting. With that, any members of the public in the room wishing to make public comments, we ask you to line up now. And we will pause as folks dial in for public comments online.
We have 2 callers waiting.
We will take the online comments before in the room.
Maybe. Caller ending in 7407, you will have 1 minute. Please state your name when you begin speaking for the record. Your time begins now.
This is Judy McKinley calling. My world is specific learning disabilities. I am hearing that the Family Resource Centers deal with families who are regional center clients. The largest handicapping condition of students in California is specific learning disabilities. Specific learning disabilities do not qualify in most cases for regional center services. It is very sad to me that the Commission continuously goes forward without addressing the needs of students with specific learning disabilities, dyslexia, and other issues that surround those things. Prisoners in prison have a huge percentage of prisoners who have specific learning disabilities.
Thank you for your comment. Your 1 minute is up. Caller ending in 8575, you will have 1 minute for comment. Please state your name for the record when you begin. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. This is Karen Ford Cole from Redondo Beach. I want to explain what this looks like if you're the parent of a child with a disability in the South Bay area of Los Angeles County, Long Beach, Torrance, or the beach cities. This is a densely urban area with a huge population. We're supposed to be served both as a family empowerment center and as a federal PTI by TASC located in Orange County. Los Angeles County has 10 regions. 5 of them are served by TASC according to the tool that the Seeds of Partnership were just suggesting we use. My experience as a very involved parent of a high schooler, so I've been doing this for 15 years, is that I haven't had much service from TASC, but I don't blame them because it's very difficult when they're located in Orange County, and this is a huge area. Most people here have no idea what a family empowerment center is, and it's not surprising given the distance and the huge population. We have been served by family focus.
Thank you, caller, for your comment. Your time is up. And we have no more callers waiting.
Are there any additional public comments in the room? Seeing none, just quick clarification. The FECs are available and serve parents of all students with disabilities. It's not just restricted to students who are also regional center clients. I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified so that if anyone had needs, they could contact their FEC if they had a student with a disability. As we transition to lunch, one update. Upon returning from lunch, the Commission will be going into closed session pursuant to Government Code 11126.3 to address a personnel appointment matter pursuant to the California Constitution, Article 7, Section 4. We will have an update. We will update the agenda to reflect the purpose of this closed session. So beginning promptly at 1 o'clock, we will go into closed session. We will see everyone. We will see commissioners at the end of our lunch break. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a productive break, whether you enjoyed lunch or some other activity. I'm going to hold for one moment as we've just opened up the physical room so our interpreters can be back in position before we continue with the meeting. Good to go, Josh? All right. So we are resuming our meeting as outlined in the agenda, and I wanted to report out the action from our closed session. As after our closed session, the Advisory Commission on Special Education unanimously approved the recommendation by Superintendent Thurman to appoint Dr. Rachel Heenan as the CDE Special Education Director. This represents another step in the process. The process will continue on, as I understand it, to the governor's office for the final appointment of this position. We are all very appreciative as a commission for the opportunity to share our perspectives and have participated in different phases of the process. We look forward to partnering with Dr. Heenan. As she referenced in her brief comments to us and throughout the process, her commitment to partnership, her commitment to improving the outcomes for our students with disabilities, and for lending her voice and contributions as a leader for the shared vision for our state. We look very much forward to working with Dr. Heenan, and we'll see her, I suspect, at our well before our next meeting, but we will officially welcome her in her new capacity, hopefully by our next meeting in February. With that, I will move to the next item in our agenda. I will move to public comment. So if I could ask for the screen to access public comment to be displayed. And thank everyone again for their patience. This is I think our first time in closed session for this process. So we're all learning as we go. And so members of the public wishing to make comments related to the information just shared, please use the dial-in number. Any member of the public in the room who wishes to make public comment, we would ask you to line up by the podium. There does not appear to be any public comments in the room, and I see the signal that there do not appear to be any public commenters online. With that, we will close public comment on this item and move to item 4 on the agenda, additional general public comment. And so again, this was an opportunity for us to test a fixed time for members of the public wishing to make public comment or general public comment. And so I will ask for the slide to be shared and voice that previously our public comment was limited to 1 minute. Commissioner Liu highlighted the difficulty with composing and articulating thoughts in 1 minute and made the recommendation that we switch to 2 minutes. And so I want to acknowledge that input and leadership. And so public comments for the remainder of this meeting and subsequent meetings, depending on the agenda item, we will begin at 2 minutes and adjust should we have a long line of public comments for a particular item. But so 2 minutes for public comments. Any members of the public in the room who would like to make general public comment, feel free to do so. And we will pause as members of the public dial in.
There's no calls waiting.
So there are no public comments online. There are no public comments in the room. And so before I close this session, now obviously this is a new attempt to establish a communication channel. So what I would ask between now and our next meeting, that we as commissioners, please, as you're engaging with different agencies and statewide organizations in your capacity as a liaison, please share that we will always have a general public comment moment immediately following lunch, so that members of the public and other agencies who are tracking along know that there is a time certain opportunity for us to have an opportunity to listen. And so I think it's admirable for us to always create the space for others to be heard, and if there are no comments, we will just have a mindfulness break before we go into our next meeting or our next agenda item. And so seeing that item 5 are updates from commissioners and liaisons, I will move into item 5, and we may be a little bit early for item 6, but then we'll build in the break after item 5, or another break if necessary after item 5. So with that, we will move into commissioner updates, State Board of Education report, and a report from the special schools. Gina, if I could ask you to begin with special schools, and then we'll go State Board and close with the commissioner updates.
Hi, my name is Gina Willett. I'm the superintendent at the California School for the Blind. I'm filling in for Dr. Nancy Liebach-Amon, who couldn't be here today. I do want to congratulate the 2 newest members of the ACSE Commission on behalf of the State Special Schools Division, and also just commend the board. I think a lot of times students are appointed to positions on commissions or task forces or boards or what have you, and aren't voting members, and which feels very performative. And I think it's really wonderful that you have students that are voting members. So congratulations to you too on behalf of the State Special Schools. I'm just going to provide an update from each of the schools and the diagnostic centers for you here today. The California School for the Deaf in Riverside wanted to let you know they have established an outreach department this fall with the goal of strengthening their partnerships and providing support for their stakeholders within the 12 counties that they serve in Southern California. And also that the City of Riverside Fair Housing Council presented the CSDR students with a Champions on the Rise Award for young students championing for justice. And we actually have a video that the folks in the back were helping us to show you all. It's just a couple of minutes, but it's a short video of them winning the award. And apparently one of the students who accepted the award, one of the CSDR students, was in the movie Creed 3. I haven't seen that movie, but she's an actress. So I don't know what the protocol is if the folks in the back, I think they had it queued up. That's great, okay. I can pause for a minute in case they're gonna show it, but it's just a really great summary of the award that the students won.
Is the control room ready to show the video that was queued up? Stand by.
Okay, while we're standing by, I'll go on to the next thing because I know there's a lot of folks who need to talk today. At CSDF, the superintendent position is still vacant, and Nancy Liebach-Amon is the interim superintendent there. And CSDF continues to expand their outreach services for students and families. Okay, I'll go on to CSB. At CSB, this fall we launched restorative practices. So we've contracted with a vendor. We started this school year with training for all of our staff in both our dorms and in our school for restorative practices. And this is going to be an ongoing training throughout the school year and into next year. And we recognize, based on the experiences of others and on research, that this is sort of a long-term, it's going to take us a few years to start doing restorative practices really well, but we're quite excited about it. We also did an extensive training with staff around supporting transgender, non-binary, and non-gender conforming youth in our schools. On October 12th, we hosted our White Cane Day, which is a day of celebrating independence and self-advocacy and pride and empowerment for blind students. It's a really exciting day. I know we got a very late invitation out to you all. I apologize for that. Next year it'll go out earlier. We'd love to host you for our White Cane Day. We do have an open house coming up on November 10th, so if you're down in the Bay Area on November 10th, it's the day before Veterans Day. Please join us. You'll get an invitation for that too. It's a great time to come see our campus and our programs. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention about CSB is we're part of a small group that just within the last couple of weeks initiated what we're calling the Braille Literacy Think Tank. The last time the California Braille reading standards were updated was in 2006. We know California has a lot of literacy standards, a big push for literacy right now, and we want to make sure that the blind VI teacher community is on board with that, is aware of that. We're working with the 2 university programs within California to make sure that what we're doing around literacy matches beyond just teaching the Braille code, which I think is what happens a lot is the general ed teacher assumes that the teacher of students with visual impairments is addressing literacy and not just the code, and maybe the teacher of students with visual impairments assumes that the general ed teacher is addressing literacy, and we want to bridge that gap and make sure everybody's on the same page. So we are launching that this fall. Okay, I'm going to move on to Diagnostic Center North, which is in Fremont. Keep going, okay. Diagnostic Center North in Fremont continues to collaborate with the California Dyslexia Initiative. They're providing them with 9 different trainings. They've established a collaboration with Open Access to create best practices for implementing AAC in the classroom. They've got several new trainings coming up. They're supporting DHH students, and the general ed classroom was one of their trainings. Also, they're doing functional behavior assessment series in Butte County, and there's a lot more information on their website if you want to know what they're up to. Lots of good things. Diagnostic Center Central in Fresno is hosting a dyslexia forum this coming Friday, actually. It's a virtual forum. They have a guest speaker, Dr. Nadine Gabb. She'll be covering the neuroscience of reading dyslexia. Next week, they're doing something called Experience Dyslexia. So it's a learning disability simulation. So participants will move through different stations to simulate different kinds of reading disabilities, whether it's auditory processing, visual processing, what have you. And again, they have a lot of great information on the DCC website. And then last is Diagnostic Center South down in Los Angeles. Again, they're continuing to serve many students and families, providing professional development throughout Southern California. They just hosted a 4-day AAC communication course. Uh-oh. Sorry, my computer did something funny. And so that program provides an in-depth training in the area of AAC for specialists and staff that serve children with complex communication needs in their school districts. Again, they're continuing to provide technical assistance, training, and support to LEAs in the areas of mental health, transition, autism, moderate to intensive disabilities, inclusion, and executive functioning. And then, of course, they'll be helping to host the PENT Forum that's coming up in the spring. So that is the update for the 3 state special schools and the 3 diagnostic centers. And if this video is ready to go, that'll be perfect timing. It's just a couple minutes, I promise. It'll be worth it.
We are here at the Riverside Convention Center. And why? Because our CSDR students won an award. That is true. CSDR students won an award for Champions of...
Okay, I'll just add real quick. One of the coaches at CSDR is going to be on Amazing Race with his son. So if you watch that show, just as a little shout out to them.
Well, if you want a fun fact, actually, the person on Amazing Race is the husband of the superintendent at CSDR, April's husband and her son.
We are here at the Riverside Convention Center. And why? Because our CSDR students won an award. That is true. CSDR students won an award for Champions of Justice from the Fair Housing Committee. They wanted to honor and recognize our students, and that is CHAMP. Champions on the Rise. We select young individuals contributing to their community at a young age, and this year we have selected students that go to a jewel in our community, California School for the Deaf, Riverside. At CSDR, we pride ourselves on providing accessibility for our students. A lot of credit is due to our staff. They really put their heart into their work in supporting our students so that they can truly thrive. Our staff provide them tools to grow socially, emotionally, academically, and they're able to pursue their various dreams and ambitions. If you attend any alumni event, one word that you will see come up over and over again, and that is home. So many of our alumni feel that CSDR is where they're able to be their most authentic self. They were able to find their identity at our school. They're given tools that they need to pursue their dreams, and our students are encouraged to explore. And we're very proud of that legacy. Our source for positivity for change, innovation, compassion, and transformation. Hi, my name is Mila Davis Kent, and I'm a CSDR student, and I am so proud of CSDR and the fact that we got this award. We deserve it. Truly. CSDR has given me the confidence to act, and again, it's given me confidence. I was shy prior to CSDR, and it's been so helpful with that. I've got great friends, those that help me, again, to gain that confidence, and I am so proud of CSDR. We do deserve this award. Champ.
Thank you so much for Gina, for filling in and sharing this with us. I mean, it's been a full day. And, you know, for me, having students being a part of the meeting, not just as our commissioners, but just seeing them in action brings a very different energy to the meeting. And so I just, future presenters, just want to encourage that. Like, we just love seeing our students. And so thank you so much. We'll transition to the State Board update.
Thank you, Chair Tostin. Nothing like following a young person, specifically talking about the LCAP also. So each meeting, I do give a few updates from the previous State Board meeting. And today, I do have 3 items that I'd like to share. The first being that on September 13th, the State Board considered the Local Control and Accountability Plan template and provided and received feedback on the template instructions to make them more streamlined, and the proposed revision to the template. There were revisions that were proposed, including parental engagement, students, educational partners. We also talked about ensuring that on the revised template, that LEAs would be able to describe how to address the actions or the programs that will help them meet their LCAP goals, specifically in areas where there needs to be improvement, beginning with the 2024-25 LCAP. There was a standalone LCAP annual update template proposed. I'm saying proposed because it will come back to the State Board for approval. And so this was a discussion item. The the standalone LCAP template was suggested to provide a bridge between the current LCAP and the new version of the LCAP, the new template. And while there weren't any specific special education related changes to the LCAP, I think it's important to note that this revision has a goal of strengthening the connection between the LCAP and the dashboard. So the new template will require, if approved, as is, that all LEAs address any area that has a red indicator on the dashboard, which is on the 5x5 color scheme, and all schools and student groups in a district or a school level. That would be 4 schools or student groups at a district or school level. And so for many LEAs, this will mean increased attention to the performance of students with disabilities through their required actions to address the areas of need and the most support. So I would just encourage everyone to review the item when it posts in advance of the November 8th and 9th meeting, and to provide both input in writing and via public comment should you choose. Secondly, the State Board also considered actions to implement the 2023 dashboard work plan and took actions on several items, including approving cut points for English learner progress, the English learner progress indicator, reestablishing the 5x5 color scheme for the English learner progress indicator performance colors for the 2023 dashboard, which included the summative alternative English language proficiency assessment for California, the test for our English learners with disabilities, in the new English learner progress indicator. So there were a number of actions taken on the dashboard work, which again, districts look at to inform their LCAP plans. And then finally, the State Board also welcomed our new student board member. And so Anya Ayapan is a new student board member from Dougherty Valley High School in San Ramon. And so she will serve a 1-year term on the SBE. And so I say that in congratulations to her, and also another opportunity to congratulate our 2 student commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that update. And I just want to, again, continue to make connections back to the LCAP. The proposed revisions to the LCAP and the dashboard in terms of areas of focus, and knowing that there will be increased attention on the goals that we're setting for our students with disabilities that are going to be incorporated within the goals for improvement for all students. And so as an opportunity to just underscore our state's progress on inclusion and centering the needs of all student groups and populations through our accountability system, in addition to all the federal monitoring pieces that we'll hear about from Shiloh tomorrow, but really the opportunity for us to, as commissioners in our roles, to emphasize opportunities, like we did this morning with the FECs, for parent and family and caregiver involvement and support in the process, because the mechanisms exist. And so continuing to highlight those opportunities. And so now is an opportunity for us as commissioners to share our activities between the meetings, any updates, opportunities that you may have had to be before your bodies where you serve as a liaison. And I'll just acknowledge this is an area of growth for me in terms of being responsive and highlighting for you opportunities for connections. And so in that vein of thought, the strategy that I am using for the bodies that I'm connecting with, after the meeting, I share highlights from the meeting that might be pertinent to the group. And so after our last meeting, I had an opportunity to meet with the special education administrators of county offices, so the SECO group. And we had a great conversation about what we heard from the SIP project regarding the pyramid of results. And if you remember, the experiences, beliefs, actions, and results. And we had a great conversation about how we can form different experiences that inform how we approach the very critical work of county offices in serving, complex or students who have dynamic and complex needs, and how we can continue to share those experiences with the broader community to ensure that there's support, awareness of the priorities of SECO. And I was fortunate to follow Kevin Schaefer and I believe Dr. Beth Forker. Beth, I just know her as Beth. And so I had an opportunity to look at the work that SECO is engaged in around sharpening their lens for equity, and how we are continuing our work of not just inclusion, but creating spaces that are welcoming where everyone belongs. And so, using the information or the content from our meetings as the entry point with the bodies that we're liaisoning around to share highlights and make connections. And so subsequent to this meeting, part of my thought process is the next time I connect with SECO is to highlight the opportunities with the family empowerment centers and some of the other presentations that we're going to be hearing throughout the course of our meeting. And then using that as the entry point to understand priorities from our organizations that they may be working on, and how it connects with their work and bridging between organizations as well. And so I just wanted to share that as my update. I met with the SECO folks, leaders, people and humans, and had a great conversation and look forward to our next opportunity to touch base. Also had an opportunity, as I shared in our closed session, to participate in the selection process for the special ed director. And so just to extend those comments, I want to acknowledge Dr. Sarah Neville Morgan for her facilitation of the process. Lots of in-depth questions that focused on the priorities of the state, as well as the human characteristics that we all appreciate from past directors, and look forward to getting to know Dr. Rachel Heenan as she transitions into the role. And so I had an opportunity to participate in that process, learn a lot about how just state processes work, and I'll just encourage anyone, anytime you have an opportunity to see the bureaucracy in motion, it's just fascinating. And so want to highlight those as my kind of primary activities since our last meeting. And I will have some additional comments tomorrow as Vice Chair Groff and I and the team from CDE continue to refine our approach to developing the agenda so that we have clarity around specifically timelines for presenters, what's going to be required, as well as us having that information. So as we're inviting folks, we can, if we were reaching out, here are the timelines, expectations for the agenda. So we continue to have a well-run meeting that allows us the opportunity to listen to voices from the field, as well as engage in conversation as commissioners. So those are my highlights. I will scan the podium. Any additional reports from commissioners?
I'm the liaison to Special Education Local Plan Area Administrators of California, or usually referred to as State SELPA. They've been very busy in the last 2 months since we last met. They've met as an organization both in September and October. State SELPA continues to collaborate with their educational partners to promote educational access for students with disabilities. They also met with SECO as part of one of their agenda items, as well as the California Department of Education and numerous other organizations across the state in order to advance the cause of students with disabilities, including the Office of Youth and Community Restoration as the state moves towards moving those students to local jurisdictions from the Division of Juvenile Justice, which was closed June 30th. Also, SELPA continues to be an active member of the statewide system of support. And they are also providing their own professional development and training and technical assistance to LEAs and educators across California. And it's usually free or very low cost. So it's a really great opportunity for members of the education community across California. Some of their education trainings have already been on alt pathway data for special education. They have ASHA approved continuing education units that can be that goes through them. They have trainings on dyslexia, and that's just a few of the ones that they offer. So I definitely recommend people going to the SELPA website and steering some of their educators towards that, because it's a great professional development opportunity. And they've already had to increase their Zoom license because they've been so well attended this year, and they've already exceeded their attendees from last year, and it's only October. So they're doing a lot of great work across the state.
Thank you. Any other commissioner reports? So I do want to also acknowledge commissioner activities. Commissioner Oyakawa, I want to acknowledge for her leadership of closing the loop on the Gold Award, and our teammates from CDE for ensuring we were able to follow through with the plaque as well as the financial award, and Commissioner Sorter, who I believe will be presenting it on our behalf in the future. Yes, in the future. Future's a long time. So in the future. And I would also like to acknowledge Commissioner Snipes, who took lead on coordinating the details behind the scenes as we welcomed our student commissioners today, and making sure we had all the information we needed to welcome them today. Before we move off this topic, Commissioner Estes, if you wouldn't mind highlighting the Breaking Barriers Symposium that's coming up that I'm throwing to you in real time.
Sure. I didn't see that one coming. I'm happy to share. I am the founder of an organization called Breaking Barriers, which is about breaking barriers to care for the children of California across agencies. So that connection and partnership that we've been talking about, particularly as it relates to a lot of the agencies in California that are simultaneously working with children in California, but not necessarily working together. So it's very hard for families and youth to navigate our system because it is so disconnected. So Breaking Barriers is about the adults who are in it, connecting ourselves so that we can better connect children and families to the care they need when they need it, and meet them where they are, and make it accessible to them. So this is our 8th symposium. It'll be November 14th to 16th. You can just go to breakingbarrierscalifornia.org to see the agenda and all the information. But we have teams from across education, child welfare, probation, public health, private health, regional centers, First Five, coming from counties to talk about how to better integrate their service delivery systems so that they're more accessible to children and families. And there's a lot of reform happening in California. As the chair of the mental health committee here, with relation to expansion of social, emotional, and behavioral health services for children and families in California. We're going to have a presentation tomorrow on the governor's Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative and all of that reform, which actually requires partnership, as do community schools, between our schools, our parents, our youth, and the other agencies that are serving them. So we will be talking about all that at the symposium. How do we better do that? Not only how do we better use the LCAP to create authentic parent and youth inclusion and other agency inclusion in the development of that, but how do our systems operate together as one so that we can make care more comprehensive and accessible?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You had something to say. And as I scan the podium, can I ask for the slide for public comment to be shared? Any commissioners online wishing to provide an update? So while we're waiting for that and the slide to come up, I'll just scan the podium for anyone else to surprise with an opportunity to share.
Commissioner Dawson, we can't, we just got unmuted because maybe that's because of me. Could we speak?
Please, you have the floor, Commissioner DePauling.
Okay, great. So one of the things is the Pupil Personnel Coalition. One of the things they're working towards is the because the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission has asked for the public opinion of how to work better with LEAs and how to support as their new strategic goals. They're trying to work towards that. One of the things they're trying to focus on is as well, there's some surveys out there because collecting some information about how to do this work is also how to go about also incorporating all of that with the school system. Because again, we can't work in silos. So it's very important that, the different entities all work together so we could holistically support the students. So the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission is collecting some information and surveys out there to develop a strategic plan of how to go about supporting all students, of course. So that's one. Number two is California Association of School Psychologists, and last week responded to the memorandum that the California Department of Education had put out on September 14 about the special education of African American students and how to go about doing assessments. And they came up with just a guidance. And we have to thank CDE for meeting with us for the past year to figure out how to go about doing this. And so the California Association of School Psychologists came up with some guidance of how to assess students using intelligence tests, and we could share that after the meeting if need be. Commissioner Tostin, I don't know if that's something we would want to pass out.
Yes, if you email it, we will make sure all commissioners have access to it, and in our subsequent meeting, it would be in the meeting packet as a public record. So yes, please share that with us, and we'll make sure everyone has an opportunity to review it.
Great, thank you. I'll unmute.
I believe there were other commissioners online. I'm sorry, Commissioner Estes, and then we'll go back to commissioners online.
Just to add to Commissioner's discussion right now about the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission's request for input from education on how to better help support education's provision of social emotional behavioral health services. They just finished their strategic plan process, and one of them is to better interface with education. So, to the youth commissioners and all the commissioners here, if we have any input to them on how we can better utilize the mental health services dollars in the state of California and the support of that commission to improve services and supports in education or education-linked services and supports, they do really want that input from us.
Okay, thank you.
And that would be Toby Ewing, who came here and presented, just so everybody knows.
Thank you. I will transition to Commissioner Oyakawa, and then I also believe Commissioner Lopez has an update as well.
So I'll go ahead and speak first because Commissioner Oyakawa cannot unmute herself again. I think
I'm back on.
Oh, you're back on. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, mine very brief. I just wanted to thank the FEC for presenting today. I'm one of the liaison commissioners, as well as Commissioner Ruiz, and we both had invited them to come and speak today. Not today, but they got here and they did a great presentation, and we've learned so much meeting with them. In fact, we already have our meetings set up for the next couple of meetings. And so I just wanted to throw out there that our new commissioners, student commissioners, are welcome to join us. I'm sure it would be great, and we have our Zoom meetings already set up, and perhaps they can join us and give us your perspective and learn something as well. So you had a lot of great questions today. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone in the other room who are trying to get us unmuted and muted and back on. So I know it's a lot of work. I am the liaison for low incidence disabilities. And although I apologize again, I've not been able to connect directly. I do pay attention to what's been going on. And first, I just wanted to recognize the California Association of the Deaf and the California Educators of the Deaf, two separate organizations, actually combined their conferences this year, and they had it a couple weekends ago. I wasn't able to go, but they do have a part for parents to participate as well. But I just wanted to commend them for bringing themselves together and uniting to share their resources and information. And I think it's a really good example of how groups can collaborate with each other. And so I'm looking forward to learning more about what came out of those conferences. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention, a lot of us who are members of the California Hands and Voices group, which is the organization that supports families across California, regardless of what their communication mode of choices for their families and children. Many of us were really disappointed because Senate bill, getting the numbers mixed up, our Senate bill, excuse me, Senate bill SB 635, it had actually passed through the legislature unanimously across every committee and was just vetoed. And that was the Let California Kids Hear Act. And what it was going to do was to make hearing aid coverage required by all private insurance across the state. And so if you've heard me before in this setting, hearing aid coverage for families whose kids are using them or need them is critical, especially for the early childhood, birth through 5, and even beyond, for just their basic development, let alone their educational opportunities. And so the governor has promised to try to improve the current system that's in place. And we hope that, this is my personal message, is I hope that we are able to make those improvements to reach so many kids who are still without or really struggling to pay for hearing aids so that they can access language and their education and life opportunities. And if we're not able to improve what we currently have, that we perhaps can go back to passing something like 635 again and getting it signed off. So that was big news for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will ask any members of the public in the room who wish to make public comment to begin lining up, and if we could share the slide for online public comments. Seeing no public comments in the room, we will check for public comments online.
There are no calls waiting.
Thank you, everyone, for your updates. With that, we will move into item 6, our partners from the California Youth Leadership Forum for Students with Youth. It's 2 o'clock. The California Youth Leadership Forum for Students with Disabilities is here to share information with us related to their leadership program, and we're very happy to have an opportunity to continue to learn about this work and have you with us in person. So with that, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for having me. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Matt Baker. I am the California Youth Leadership Forum for Students with Disabilities. It is a mouthful, project manager. And thank you for the opportunity to present here today on our program. In front of you is a slide that represents this year's student delegates and staff in front of our beautiful California State Capitol building. We were so, can we not see the slide back?
Control room, can you please put the slide deck on the larger TV for the commissioners? Thank you.
There we go. Okay. Now you can see our beautiful class of student delegates and staff in front of our California State Capitol building. We were so excited to be back in person for the first time since 2019, thanks to a little thing called COVID. We were remote the last few years, but we were able to serve 32 students this past summer's program. So just a little bit of background on YLF. YLF was first established in 1992 by the Governor's Committee on Employment of Disabled Persons, which is now known as the California Committee on Employment of People with Disabilities, another mouthful, or the CCEPD. California's YLF success has led to a national YLF association, and YLFs have been hosted in over 30 states and Puerto Rico. Since 1992, YLF has had over 1,500 alumni from California alone who have successfully moved forward into higher education, gained employment, developed as local, state, and national leaders, and are living independently in their own communities. So what is YLF? YLF is a week-long residential self-advocacy and leadership program for high school students with disabilities who are currently either a sophomore, junior, or senior. We also accept students who are in long-term transitional age youth programs up to the age of 22. During the week, YLF delegates will meet other students with disabilities from across California. They'll get to live on a college campus. Sacramento State University has been our host campus for the past 30 years and continues to do so. So students get to live in a dorm for the first time, eat college food, and get that experience. They get to hear from teens and young adults who have transitioned out of high school and are exploring higher education, employment for the first time, maybe even living on their own for the first time. And then we also network with local, state, and national leaders in the disability community. Who's best suited for YLF? YLF is a cross-disability program. We pride ourselves on being made up of students with all types of disabilities. The only requirement to apply to be a student delegate is that you're a high school student and you identify as having a disability. YLF encourages students who have leadership potential, may be involved in extracurricular activities or community engagement. Maybe they're on a board or a commission. Maybe they volunteer with their church activities. Maybe they're involved in sports or the arts, or even their student council. Those are all really great additions to an applicant, but not necessarily a requirement. YLF is completely funded through our private and public sponsorship and partnerships to ensure our delegates can attend and participate at no cost. YLF covers any travel costs, meals, reasonable accommodations like our ASL interpreters, our live text captioners. Because we're a residential program, we do provide personal care attendants to serve those personal care needs, durable medical equipment, incidental expenses, and assistive technology so that students can participate easily and accessible. So what happens at YLF? Each day of the program has a daily theme. Our sessions and activities are built around that theme. Our themes include our disability community culture and history, the story of us. That's where we give them a crash course in disability history. A lot of the times students don't learn about anything other than the ADA, and if that, it's very, very small in a textbook somewhere. So we teach them about the independent living movement. We talk about Ed Roberts. We talk about Judy Heumann and the 504 sit-in. We also talk about leaders today in the disability justice movement, like Alice Wong, just to show them the future of disability and our history as well. Finding resources to reach our goals, that's where we get the opportunity to show them all of the resources and services that are out there to help them support their transition age youth journeys, like the Department of Rehabilitation. We also talk about our regional centers or independent living centers, our students with disabilities offices on UC and CSU campuses so that they can make those connections early so that they can start to plan for themselves. We talk about discovering our talents to build self-confidence within ourselves so that we can be better self-advocates. Reaching our potential and engaging our communities. So we get an opportunity to visit the California State Capitol to meet with lawmakers and policymakers to talk about system change advocacy and how that's important in a disabled person's life. And then leading on, how they plan to take what they learned at YLF back to their communities to impact not only their own lives, but the lives of people around them. Delegates have the opportunity to build a personal goals and leadership plan throughout the week to use as a guide as their transition out of high school and into the next chapter of their lives. Some of these goal sheets and leadership plans include things like, my mom and dad drive me everywhere. I want to learn how to drive on my own, or I want to navigate to the mall taking the bus. So we connect them with all the steps and resources to get maybe free bus passes or figuring out how to find a bus route near their home. And then other goals include educational goals. I want to go to college for the first time, but I'm probably going to need financial aid. So we link them to the resources to figure that out. We also link them to the resources about getting testing accommodations for PSATs, SATs, and anything that they might need in filling out those college applications. Our alumni network provides support in that area as well. And then we also talk about employment. So a student might want to find a job for the first time. So we connect them with DOR, who can help them get an internship, maybe an apprenticeship program, or even a first-time job. So you can't have something with youth without having a little bit of fun. So in addition to all of our business-oriented stuff, we do have our social activities. We watch a movie night. We watch Crib Camp. For those of you who don't know what Crib Camp is, it features Judy Heumann's story of Camp Jened. If you haven't seen it, it is free and available on YouTube. And then for those who have paid Netflix subscriptions, it's also there as well. We have a talent show again to build self-confidence. We host a barbecue on campus that features a band made up of students with disabilities. We host a fully inclusive and accessible dance. A lot of times students with disabilities don't typically go to their own school dances. Maybe the gymnasium at their school isn't accessible. Maybe they're neurodiverse or neurotypical and they're just not comfortable socializing that way. So we set up a fully immersive dance that's fully accessible, no barriers, no boundaries, and they have a good time. And then students who don't get down and boogie and want to do something more chill, we have a room set up for them to kind of like play board games with one another and hang out and have a good time. And then, of course, we're on a beautiful college campus, so we take a college campus tour during the week. Sac State has been wonderful in allowing us to visit their beautiful campus, as well as showing us the Disabled Student Service Resource Centers, their testing centers. And while they encourage our students to come to their campus and apply, they also let students know that this is an experience that they should have at any UC or CSU in California. So while the systems, while the resource centers and the testing centers might look different on other campuses, they're still required to have something there for students with disabilities. So like I mentioned earlier, we do get the opportunity to visit the Capitol and visit with our lawmakers to talk about community engagement and self-advocacy. And share their vision of the future, #Disabled&Proud. This slide features a photo of this year's class of student delegates and staff on the California State Assembly floor. We were invited by Assembly Speaker Lori Wilson to join for this photo on the floor and to speak with her staff about impacts to the disability community and what type of legislation that she could support to better support our community. YLF is not just a week-long experience. We encourage our delegates to stay connected with one another, to stay connected to our alumni network after our event. YLF hosts its monthly alumni workshops to further support youth in preparing for their transition after high school, and includes topics related to money management, apprenticeships, work experiences, navigating financial aid, self-advocacy, and career exploration. YLF encourages our delegates, now alumni, to come back and return as volunteer staff to serve as peer mentors and counselors to future leaders. And then in 2021, the National YLF Association hosted its first event nationwide, bringing together YLFs from across the country to join in fellowship and meet with the late activist Judy Heumann, who was there to share about her vision of the future for students with disabilities. And then it was just an awesome opportunity to meet students from Oklahoma, Ohio, Wisconsin, and then there were folks from Florida there as well. And then I think there's 1 second for our promotional video. Is it on the other side? No, it's okay.
Control room, can you assist with the video?
I think it was the separate YouTube link, right?
I know you had two versions of this.
Yeah.
Oh, did we? Of this presentation. One had the video embedded and one did not.
So while they're working on that video, just a little bit of background about our promotional video. It features an original rap that was written and performed by one of this year's delegates. He got his welcome packet in the mail a month before YLF, and he was so excited for the opportunity to participate in our program that he wrote this original rap and then performed it at our talent show. And then because everyone at the talent show loved it so much, he also performed it at our mentors and funders luncheon. And now he's featured in our promotional video.
Hang on a second here.
Yeah.
There's one.
I think you have to enable content.
Oh, that's the wrong presentation. There's one that's a couple hundred megabytes, right? Number 6. Remember you had one that was...
YLF! 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 I know we're gonna be BFF. Can't wait to see everyone. I know we're gonna have a whole lot of fun. Talking and singing and doing our cheers. And when we leave, shedding some tears. YLF! What a treat! YLF! So glad we could meet! YLF! YLF! We're gonna do our workbook and then we're gonna rest. Going to the Capitol, meet some important guests. Then back to our dorms for a happy fun fest. YLF, what a treat. YLF, so glad we could meet. YLF, YLF, we're gonna be the absolute very best. Gonna learn to be leaders, gonna learn to advocate. Gonna network while we're here and then we'll be great. YLF, what a treat. YLF, so glad we could meet. YLF, what a treat. YLF, so glad we could meet. YLF, YLF.
Caught in your head. I think I can go to my next slide. And here. Yeah. So we are in our recruitment phase for next summer, if you can believe it already. We are looking for students for YLF 2024. Our fully in-person program next summer will be hosted on California State University, Sacramento's campus from July 14th through the 20th. We're hoping to serve 50 student delegates this year. We're trying to get back to our numbers prior to the pandemic. We used to serve 50 or 60 students, but that little thing called COVID, it's made it a struggle to reach out to students and find students, but we're hoping that through marketing and outreach and our cool little promo video, we'll entice students to want to come back and apply and join us. So with that, that's it. That's all I have.
Matt, thank you so much. Just as we open up the comments from commissioners, I said 3 things. One, love it all. Just absolutely love everything about it. And please let us know how we can support your Ledge Action Day. If we can share resources or your priorities across our networks, I'll commit us as a commission to supporting those efforts, as well as sharing information about the summer camp, or the information that's on the screen right now. I see Kara's in the back. We are definitely going to be sharing this with our partners at SECO and the SELPA administrators to ensure that and our FECs and everyone, to make sure it gets into the hands of families. And just, since I just have a sense the new special ed director would be supportive of this. I'll just commit, if you need participants or speakers from any of us as a commission, you have our commitment to attend and make it a priority to support a great opportunity for developing youth leaders, especially in light with the bill that was passed related to higher ed, expanding its access for students with disabilities. So, yeah. Love it all. Thank you so much for being here with us, and you have a commitment for our continued support and partnership.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it.
Your comments?
First of all, that rap was bomb. That was so good. I'm actually, I'm also a rapper, and my rapper name is Lil Ray of Sunshine. So I appreciate the fellow rappers in this community. I also wanted to say I really love the emphasis on self-advocacy and that piece of especially helping those who are transitioning out of high school to other resources. I really love the idea of connecting current high schoolers with potential mentors or students who've gone through the same process, but now they are either at a job or at post-secondary. And I remember I'm part of Interact, so Saran, and a program that we have is connecting with Rotaract students who are college students with high school students, and I feel like that's so helpful with just that transition. Just like any questions that I might have, I might just text them and be like, I have no idea what to do right now. Can you help me through this process with college applications or with seeking opportunities? I really love that piece, and I hope, is there like some kind of way that they connect through the long term, or is it only through those alumni events that you mentioned? Is there some kind of like Facebook group or some kind of community?
Yeah, so we have a small but mighty online presence. We have our official YLF Instagram page, our YouTube page, as well as our Facebook pages. And then there are smaller alumni years that have, and chapters that have created their own Facebook pages to stay connected with one another. And then we always encourage our alumni to come back and serve as mentors and staff. So it's another great way to stay connected to our community.
Definitely. And do you guys, how do you guys market this opportunity right now? Is it mainly through the SELPA channels or through districts?
Yeah, so the Department of Rehabilitation has been one of our champion partners. And so we work directly with the student services teams there at DOR to try and network, but we've also presented, we're attempting to present to SELPAs and get on their agendas. And I'm kind of running around town trying to get us marketed and outreach to everywhere and anywhere that will have me. So if you know of organizations and other groups that I can make presentations at, I am welcoming that opportunity.
That's so cool. Thank you.
Hi there, my name's Sarah, and I'm also one of the youth commissioners. And I'm going to say right now, this is such a slay. I don't say this usually, but I think I love this idea. I think this is a great opportunity for high schoolers and people who are going into college. Because I know for a fact that in college, I was told that I had to self-advocate for myself for IEPs, and I was like, wait, what? And a lot of students right now at my special ed school, they were like, we have to self-advocate? That is a lot of work. And this idea that you're just saying that being connected with alumni who were able to get these great colleges and get this support, I think that this is a great community and kind of resonates with me of the idea of saying that taking a risk, you grow, and if you don't take a risk, you don't grow. And this is something that I'm very passionate about, and I think that this is a great idea. If I want to make this more, if I want to market this more better, I could also, as youth commissioner, I could start emailing people, start reposting this on social media, and Facebook and let people know at my school with special ed. And also, I would love it if you could also go to our school district too and be there and advocate for this idea, because I want to make sure that every special ed student that they're not alone. You got this, you are here, you are loved, and you have an opportunity to shine. So I think that would be a great idea.
Thank you. I welcome the opportunity to do that. And I want to touch on how you say the isolation feeling. There are a lot of students, like I said, our program is statewide. So we have students from big cities and then really small cities where they might be the only student in their county that is a student with a disability. And then they come and see students just like them. And they're opened up to a whole world of possibilities and opportunities. Right before YLF, they take a survey to kind of gauge where they're at in their goal settings. And it's so powerful to see that the question about what are your opportunities or what opportunities do you think after high school, it goes from semi-limited or like none at all to, oh my gosh, there's like a whole world of opportunity for me. And so that's really impactful for us at YLF to realize that we've just opened up an oyster of opportunities for students to see, oh my gosh, I could do anything I want to do. So.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I believe they are a bomb and really slay. No, it's fantastic. Thank you. I'm a Torrance Unified School Board member, and I would love to have a flyer or something that I can send directly to my educators in my district and my surrounding district. In the South Bay. And furthermore, I'm also a director at the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. So if you can send that to me, we can send it all out to all 80 school districts there in LA County. I can do that directly. So that's my first comment. And second, so if you can send us something, that'll be great. And secondly, I was wondering, around how many applicants are there before? Is there a usual number of applicants? You mentioned that you can accommodate 50. What if there were more? Or so? I was wondering if you guys have dealt with that situation before, and how would you handle that?
Yeah, so that has come up in the past. Prior to 2019, when we were in person, we typically can only serve 50 to 60 just because of space capacity at Sac State. So we roughly get between 80 to 100 applications a year. And then from those applications, we have a selection committee that hosts an interview panel so we can really get to know the students and better learn about them and their experiences. And then that committee selects those students to participate that year. And then the students who weren't selected to participate that year are kind of fast-tracked the following year if they're still eligible. So we kind of look at different, we want to have a good representation of cross-disability. We also want to have a good representation of students of different ethnic and minority backgrounds, cities where they're coming from. So it's a lot of different science to try and figure out the best group for that year. And then of course, seniors or graduating seniors, we try to target first just because this would be their last opportunity to attend. But those eager and really leadership potential sophomores do get in some years, and they keep applying every year until they get in. So we hope to get back to those numbers, but of course, without all the support that we have, we can't get there. So we really appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
One last thing, a question actually. So I think a few weeks ago, for the California Transition Alliance, we had a meeting with some other applicants, another youth advisory council, and some people, I think the one person's here today, his name is Paris, and he wanted to apply to this, but the problem is that he's not a high schooler. But I was wondering that I had an idea about making this opportunity, yes, it's for youth, but how about we expand it to some who are going into college? Not seniors, but like in college, who need help in college. Because I feel like people in college and special ed, like a freshman, sophomore in college, but also students in high school, it would be a great idea for all of them to connect and understand what college life is like. And my question is, would you be able to, or would you take this consideration of probably expanding it more to more ages? Because I know that this is a very inclusive thing, and I love how inclusive it is. I love how the vibe and the support is. I would just love it if it's possible to open up for older students, more older ones as well.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And so we hear it both ways. We hear, why aren't we reaching freshmen? Yeah, because, that's a great time to get into the transition conversations, and then the older population as well of our youth demographic. So what's really exciting about YLF and the YLF future is that we're creating regional events that are going to be smaller, kind of 2 to 3 day programs that will reach students of any age group in a youth population. So while they might not be, if they weren't eligible for the statewide program, they can attend this regional event and still get a capsulated version of YLF. And so we're actually piloting our first regional event here in Sacramento this weekend. Sacramento City College is hosting us. We're really excited to be partnering with them. And then folks in Los Angeles are hoping to host their first event next summer, as well as San Diego. But we're continuing to build partnerships with local communities and provide resources to students of all ages in the youth transition age group.
Thank you, and I believe Commissioner Oyakawa has a comment or question online.
Yes. Thank you so much. What a great program. Thank you so much for sharing and all the work you're doing, especially to build it back up. I think I can imagine how hard that is, especially often with our population of people with disabilities. There's a lot of immunocompromised in the group, and so it might be harder for some to join in. I just wanted to say thank you for what you do and for bringing this to us, because I think it's great to put it on our radar. And as Chair Tostin said, to get we are here to support you however we can. It sounds like a great program. My question you already answered, I think, was as far as expanding the reach with your regional, like sort of pop-up events, it sounds like you're doing, to reach more students, especially those who are not able to either be selected for or otherwise can't participate in the longer program. Having these mini events sounds like a great way to connect with more students and get everyone to be able to work with each other and meet each other. So I love that program. I'm excited to hear about it. And I don't know what the word was. We still say the bomb, I guess. I'm a child of the 80s, so I thought I heard a little Run DMC reference in the rap, but that was a great outreach snippet. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And I just, as we wrap up, I'll ask for the slide for public comment to be displayed. And just, were there any more online comments from commissioners? No. Okay, so as we're waiting for members of the public, just want to, again, highlight the opportunity to continue the development of our pipeline of leaders in California. And as these events expand, I think I heard you touch on funding, and so I call on anyone. We have no budget here at ACSE as a public body, but like the Association of California School Administrators, other nonprofits who are looking for opportunities to contribute in a way that aligns with their vision and message. We just want to highlight programs like YLF that, again, are developing a pipeline of leaders within our state that we definitely want to be supportive of. And I so appreciate that you called out that there's a dance and then a room for people who don't get down and boogie. And so I felt a sense of community for those of us who don't. And again, really, please follow up with us. Keep us abreast of the progress and opportunities to share your work. And Commissioners Tuggs, Jargle, and Ding, if you would be willing to be our points of contact for YLF and our liaisons, I would ask you to please follow up with our commissioners and keep us updated as we liaison with you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Oh, come on in. Sorry.
I just wanted to add, I just spoke a bit about the Breaking Barriers Conference, which is about breaking the barriers to care. and holding children and families at our core and in our leadership structures. So at breakingbarrierscalifornia.org online, you could see the conference, but we have scholarships for youth and family members to participate. And so if you want to hear more about that, feel free to contact me. We'd love to have you.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you. So thank you so much, Matt. We will definitely keep in touch. I see that there's one public comment in the room. And so we will have public comments in the room, and then we'll transition to public comments online before we move into our break.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to, I'm Lana Tays again from California Association of Resource and Special Educators. I'm the president. But I just had to make one thank you. That presentation was really, it was inspiring. And I already blasted it out to a bunch of people I already know. So, and then I thought it was kind of funny. I just have to make a comment about how the younger generation, it was social media and Facebook. Yeah, it was amazing. Good job. And cars will promote it. It's amazing.
Thank you so much, Lana. Public comments online?
There's no callers waiting.
And so, commissioners, as we transition to break, I just want to, again, as we leverage our platform and Facebook, please share this information in your network. And again, developing a pipeline of leaders, framing it as an opportunity for our students to, learn, have a sense of community, all of the beats that Matt hit in his presentation, and an opportunity for us to promote fantastic work that's taking place in our state. So again, Matt, thank you for being here to present the information related to YLF. We look forward to exceeding the pre-pandemic waiting list for the summer engagement opportunity. With that, we will transition to our break from 2:50 to 3:05. It looks like we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Yeah, so we will be back promptly at 3:05 for an update from the state literacy directors. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We are excited to continue our conversation and just, again, connecting back to our strategic plan, literacy being one of our priority areas. We are happy to have one of the directors of the state literacy supporting our Superintendent Thurman's goal to ensure that all of our students are reading in a very ambitious timeline. And we know there's been lots of work that is taking place. And so, Nancy, thank you so much for joining us. We'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm pleased to be here. I'm one of two statewide literacy co-directors, and I will provide an update on some of our activities. This has been a big week for the department. We had a press conference on Monday to talk about making sure that we improve student outcomes, and then, of course, today CASP results were released, and so this is top of mind. First of all, who are we and what is our role? Bonnie Garcia and I are the two statewide directors. Our primary purpose is to implement the literacy campaign to ensure that all California students learn to read by third grade and beyond, because we know the job isn't done at the end of third grade. To promote evidence-based literacy instruction, and to promote the coordination and alignment of state, regional, and local literacy initiatives. So we spend a lot of time talking to people in different agencies, jurisdictions, teachers, advocates, etc., with the idea that we are bringing coherence. That is one of our first goals, and that is to achieve coherence across all of those parts of our educational system for literacy, to coordinate, just as I indicated, and align state and regional as well as local level implementation of literacy. And finally, address equity gaps, which of course we are very familiar with in terms of different racial groups, language groups and special populations, including those students with disabilities. We like to remind everyone that we are building on a solid foundation when we talk about literacy policy in California. We have standards dating back to 2010 for ELA literacy, for English language development in 2012, and a framework that I had the privilege of being one of the 3 key writers for. That was adopted by the State Board in 2014. We have a number of other resources. Some of the detail on these slides you can refer to later, but some additional documents to support the message of the framework, which we say is as valid today as it was then. We may want to add a few citations for research that's been done since then, but the fundamental principles have remained the same in terms of a full literacy program for all students. Since then, of course, we've had the dyslexia guidelines, the roadmap for English learner students. The CSU has been involved in efforts to improve the readiness of students entering their system. We have lots of guidance for multilingual and English learner students, a comprehensive state literacy plan, a document that I had the privilege to be involved with, the Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance that was developed during the pandemic, and multiple projects. The investments in all learning recovery, acceleration, literacy over the last few years has been tremendous. Are we where we want to be yet? No. But we are plowing ahead. One of the things that I hear quite often, and I'm originally, I spent many years with the CSU Chancellor's Office in teacher preparation as the co-director of the Center for the Advancement of Reading and Writing. I used to be a consultant at CDE a couple of times, so here I am back. And a school district administrator, principal, teacher, etc. And lots of people say, well, if only those people in teacher prep would make sure our teachers were better prepared to start, we'd be on better footing. This is a collective effort, of course, and I appreciate and understand teacher preparation in a way I didn't before I went to work for the CSU in 2001. But we have new standards for accreditation for teacher preparation that are the result of SB 488 and advocacy within the dyslexia community, and new teaching performance expectations, which the difference between those two things is that the standards are for the programs. That's what the universities and other providers have to adhere to and teach and provide clinical practice for. And then the TPEs are those things that individual candidates need to demonstrate that they know and are able to do. And those have been largely updated to focus on all the things in foundational skills, beginning reading, including phonics, phonemic awareness, phonological awareness, fluency, word recognition, and beginning with print concepts. We have brand new preschool and transitional kindergarten learning foundations that will be unveiled any moment now. We're in development with new P3 progressions. We have funding this year to create a literacy roadmap where we plan to provide additional guidance to school districts and educators for practical ways that they can implement the framework. And you probably have been tracking legislation to create a list of approved screening instruments to identify children for risk of reading difficulties, including dyslexia. That process is being led by our State Board of Education. There's an application out right now, and I have a slide on that in just a moment. and then a panel will be appointed. And not last, because there are many other things going on, but on this list, there's a lot of funding for literacy coaches and reading specialists, and specifically a grant that was just made to the Sacramento County Office of Education to lead that effort. So we have, between last fiscal year and this, over $500 million for literacy coaches and reading specialists, and for the county office to lead that effort in conjunction with the state board and the department, over $25 million to support those coaches and aspiring specialists. So what have we been doing as we build on our foundation and implement all these new programs? One of the things that a focus of our efforts is to recenter the framework, make sure we remind educators about the framework. And so we have already conducted 2 webinars, and we are working, we'll be doing this every month on the second Tuesday through May. Our next one will be on integrated and designated English language development and multilingual programs, but you can see from the list that we will address all of the themes of the framework throughout the year, as well as intervention, assessment, and systems for implementation. We recently asked school districts to voluntarily share information about the status of their students in kindergarten, first and second grade with regard to literacy, and for information about assessments that they're using, curriculum, interventions that they're implementing. So this is leading up to that very important third grade when they take Smarter Balanced English Language Arts Summative Assessment. We want to make sure that there are systems in place to keep track of where students are and how they're performing so that appropriate interventions can be provided. We're doing 2 webinars to talk about assessment and district use of assessment systems. And we have 4 school districts lined up for Monday that we'll be hearing from. Not perfect school districts, but districts willing to share the struggles and the work they're doing to improve for all students and using data for that purpose. I've spoken to these new literacy requirements in teacher preparation. That CTC is hyperlinked with to the actual documents for the standards. I will mention that teacher preparation programs have to go through a certification process during 2024-25 to ensure that they are meeting all the requirements of SB 488, and that a new teaching performance assessment, a literacy performance assessment, will be replacing the RECA. Any teachers in the group here may have remembered taking the RECA. So that is now moving to a performance assessment that will begin in 2025. And then new work that we are collaborating with the CTC to do. I had the opportunity to spend, I'm actually retired, but to spend some time as a retired annuitant working for CTC when these standards were developed. And so I continue in the capacity I'm in now to collaborate with them, because we also think that the standards for reading specialists as well as the reading literacy added authorization should be aligned with the pre-service standards. This is just a little snippet from those accreditation standards just to show you how they align with all of the initiatives that we have been implementing in this state. You see there in the overview standards, the framework, universal design for learning, asset-based practices, multi-tiered system of support, multilingual programs, assessment for various purposes. All of these have taken on new importance and some new focus in the last 10 years since the framework was published. So that's an overview, and it overarches those standards. But then you can see that those 5 themes with foundational skills front and center are addressed in those standards, as well as students with disabilities and integrated and designated English language development. That takes us to another initiative, the Literacy Roadmap. And I've just got a couple of snippets from the legislation so you get a flavor for what it's intended to do. First of all, the roadmap is intended to be practical guidance and include models of effective practice that incorporate the 5 themes from the framework. In addition, we are to consult with practitioners and other experts, align with the framework to offer practical guidance for evidence-based literacy instruction. And I underlined some key phrases here, including explicit instruction in phonics, phonemic awareness, and other decoding skills. Let us not be ambiguous about that. We're very clear what we think the foundational skills instruction should look like, as well as development of vocabulary, comprehension, writing, speaking, and listening skills. So, full complement of literacy. We've been talking today about the writing portions of the CASP because those are factored into the results we see for English language arts in addition to reading. So all of those pieces are important. What we've been in conversation with the State Board Office, and in particular, President Linda Darling-Hammond. And one of the products that will be included in the roadmap will be guidance around literacy blocks. In other words, the time that is spent teaching literacy and how it's allocated across those various components, how students are grouped for a range of grades in a variety of settings, as well as the webinars and the consultation and convenings of key leaders in the state, which we collaborate with CCEE, State Board, County Offices of Education, all the other groups involved. And now moving to the screening for risk of reading difficulties. Linked here is the notice inviting applications. Those are closing quite soon, the 27th of October. Those applications to be on the panel to review instruments go to the State Board of Education, and that panel is to be appointed by the end of January of 2024. They will then approve criteria for the review of screening instruments and then review and select instruments that the board will approve by the end of December 2024. So it sounds like a long time. It's not a long time. And in fact, this timeline gets even more challenging because then school districts are going to have to approve the instrument or instruments that they plan to use by the end of June 2025 and begin to use those instruments in the fall of 2025. So that's an ambitious timeline. And we plan to and are supporting the board in any way that we can and that they invite. Just in case you may not be as familiar with all of the provisions of this legislation, it is a direct measurement to determine risk of reading difficulty, including dyslexia, but it's not to be considered an evaluation or diagnostic tool to establish eligibility for special education or a 504 plan. It is a screening. It's meant to be brief. It's meant to be an indicator. The pupil is also to be screened in the primary language, the pupil's primary language, if at all possible. And there are some other provisions in case there is not an identified instrument. And parents are to be notified. Importantly, results are not to be used for any high-stakes purpose, not for teacher evaluation, not for other evaluation of the school, but really to make sure that we're identifying children before they have a chance to fall behind. And I want to close with just a sampling of professional learning. You know, all those investments I referred to in various grant programs, we have a lot going on in California. The California Reading and Literature Project, the Dyslexia Initiative, the EWIG grants, Educator Workforce. Specifically, there was one for special education. That funding has concluded, but we have a new one for effective language acquisition programs. The Reading Instruction and Intervention Grant, that particular grant has just unveiled 16 professional learning modules, one set in foundational skills, another set in UDL, and also in executive function. We have a number of programs operating currently through the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. I've just listed one for you out of LA County Office of Education. There are 7 priority areas. This particular area is K-5 for beginning reading, early reading, and it's the Getting Reading Right project. That not only are lots of school districts participating in this in LA County, but from around the state, which is why we linked it. And then in middle school and high school, there's a lot of work going on in the CSU with the expository reading and writing curriculum, and that also includes integrated and designated English language development. So California is rich. How we pull it all together, that's part of our job. So with that, I've given you a quick tour through what's happening in literacy in California, and I'd be happy to entertain questions as you have time.
Hi, can I have the first question? I'm Saran. Hello. My question is, what is the data of how many students in California, you don't need the exact, but I just would like to see a data or something that shows how many students in California are unable to read in elementary? Do you know the percentage?
The data that we just released, we're at about 46 points, some odd points, percent of students who are scoring as proficient on the CASP. Now, that test is far more than reading, and it's also writing, listening, and research or inquiry. So if your question is how many students cannot read at all in elementary, I would have to look even more deeply into that data set to answer that question. But I think that's really what that screening is intended to do, to identify students who have not developed the ability to distinguish individual sounds of language, who are not able to connect letters with those sounds and blend them into words and read connected text. Typically, that's what we think of as someone who cannot read at all, but of course we know that reading is much bigger than that. So I would say some segment much smaller than that, than the little over 50% who are not proficient, might fall into that category of not being able to read. I guess the way I would like to characterize this is it's a continuum, right? It's a continuum of proficiency for reading, all the way from not being able to read at all to being able to read at grade level. So,
Thank you so much for the information. And so I'll ask other commissioners who have comments or questions to begin preparing them. One of the thoughts that popped into my head as we're talking about screening is just the need for a campaign or information sharing, because I'm sure our partners from CASP and other evaluators would love to distinguish between a screener as universal and provides us information that may guide the direction of our instruction, or a formative assessment as opposed to a diagnostic assessment where we are definitively making an evaluation around certain criteria. And so I'm curious, are there strategies to share information outside of education about the great work that's taking place to kind of demystify and ground expectations as we roll out this new body of work?
As the panel is appointed by the state board, we'll have an opportunity to talk about their charge and how we are distinguishing a screener from a diagnostic assessment, a benchmark assessment, and the kind of assessment that we see in our accountability system in California. So there are assessments for very different purposes, and as you indicated, a screener is intended to be just that. It's a quick measure to find out if there are particular areas within literacy that a child is struggling with. So yes, we have a lot to do to communicate that information as this panel gets started, and particularly importantly, as they select the instruments, to communicate with school districts and with the general public about what the intent of these instruments is and what it may mean if a child is found to be at risk.
Thank you. And I would also like to just highlight a potential partnership. And our partners from CARS Plus are in the room, and so typically our ed specialists and teachers in self-contained settings play catch-up with the professional learning opportunities. And what a great opportunity as we are expanding our capacity to be inclusive and form those partnerships so that the resources that are being disseminated across the educational system are truly disseminated across the educational system. And so our special ed classrooms have access to the same high quality professional learning opportunities and growth. So just wanted to highlight that. I'm sure it was in the plans and thoughtfulness, but really connecting with our special ed teachers and being intentional about not just the invitation, but the expectation of participation at a site level in the PD that's going to be happening.
Absolutely. In the districts we've been talking to, that's been a very critical part of their literacy improvement plans, is to include all individuals, those who provide interventions, those in dedicated classrooms, in special education, those working particularly in language development, and classroom teachers together, because they're all critical.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I just had a quick question about the intersection of special education and students who need that extra help. I was wondering, is there any data maybe giving us a broader picture of maybe students that are on 504 or IEP plans and their literacy rates compared to with students in general education?
I think we'd find, looking at the data, although we've had some improvements in our alternative assessments this year, that students on 504 plans and identified officially in special education are going to lag behind their peers who are not. But what we have been working with, and you probably saw this when I was showing you the components of the teacher preparation accreditation standard, and that is a framework for multi-tier system of support. So we have to start with best first instruction for every child, every learner. Every child is guaranteed that and deserves that. then, and that includes differentiation as a part of that first instruction. Then for those children who still have not learned everything that the teacher and the program has intended, at the next level of this MTSS, as we call it, they receive supplemental instruction. So that, and they're supported, and this is not a special education function. This is a general education function, that they receive this additional support. It might be in the classroom. It might be in a specialist setting with a reading specialist. It could be a combination of things. And then for children who've not benefited from that more intensive support, then there may be additional assessment, diagnosis, and a plan developed to determine whether or not the child qualifies for special education. So whereas I don't have at the tip of my fingers, and we can look at that state data for special education students. What I think is important to keep in mind here is that it is a continuum, and we have to make sure that we're not identifying children for special education who in actuality weren't provided appropriate instruction to start with.
Commissioner Notch?
Thank you very much for your presentation. And thank you, Commissioner Ding, for your question, because your answer perfectly tees up my next question as a follow-up, particularly around the reading screener. I'm hearing a sense of urgency in the field. I appreciate that you mentioned it seems like a long way away, but it's not. And I'm hearing that echoed across county offices and district leadership. And one of the pieces that I think is being wrestled with frequently are the MTSS structures that are in place right now, and being able to prepare the systems to address potentially and hopefully, which I believe is the intention, a larger capacity of interventions that are needed as they're identified by the screener. Really wanting to make sure that we don't supplant that first best instruction, but rather supplement it and have the system set up to be able to spring into action when we have the what from the screener and then we have a now what to follow. So I'm wondering if you have any advice as particularly county offices and district leaders are looking into potential changes or enhancements to their intervention structures in preparation for the looming and exciting deadline that's coming up for being able to respond.
A bright spot in our state is all the work that's been done in MTSS. The Orange County Department of Education has long had a contract to work in this area, and they've identified both academic and behavioral and social emotional supports for children along this continuum, this three-tiered system. And what we're finding, because Bonnie and I have been on a listening tour around the state, is that a number of districts are already using screeners. They're already using benchmark measures beginning in kindergarten and on up. And so this is not going to be all new news to folks. I really do recommend that school districts who have not embarked on some of this work already look to their county offices of education and some of these professional learning programs that I included on that last slide that specifically address that. So the advice that I have is don't wait for all the screeners to be named, but start looking at what your assessment practices are now and how assessment data are turned into instructional supports. We have good data on the efficacy of interventions from the U.S. Department of Education and the What Works Clearinghouse. Last year, there was published a whole guide, a practice guide, for evidence-based interventions for grades 4 through 9, which is, a particularly important period of time. And so I think we have a lot of models of effective intervention. And part of, we have the privilege of having, if you will, a bully pulpit to advocate for approaches that prioritize best first instruction, make sure that that is well understood, so that we are not over-identifying children for either special education or students who are identified as English learners for special education because they haven't had the proper instruction, assessment, and intervention in a timely way. So I guess my best advice is that they should not wait and that they should partner with some of the organizations around the state that are doing this work and could help them as we wait for these screeners to be available.
Thank you. I believe we have some questions or comments from our commissioners online.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Well, thank you again. This is very timely, and this is, great information because I know in my practice, I see this all the time where students are struggling, and the first thing we hear is that they need to be evaluated for special education. However, Tier 1 supports are for gen ed students, and everybody should be receiving that. And I think that that's great to hear that there's going to be screeners. But I'm wondering also, given the COVID impact, we do see a lot of students who have been impacted by the school closures or difficulties accessing online learning. And we see those students as well in 3rd and 4th grade. I'm just wondering what the decision was or how they came about, the K-2 screeners as opposed to just screening for all elementary school. Because if you have a newcomer, if you have somebody who's had, hasn't been in the school system, then how do we capture that at that point?
Good question. Well, first and foremost, I'd say that the decision to identify or focus on K-2 is because we don't have a statewide assessment or accountability assessment at those grades, but more importantly, because those are critical grades for the development of beginning reading and writing. In addition to universal screening that a lot of school districts have implemented, a number of them have also instituted triannual benchmark assessments. So in the fall, mid-year, end of year, to indicate where students are. And that's where we are going to pick up those children who are in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th grade who have, because of perhaps lack of access to instruction during the pandemic or lack of appropriate instruction, you name it. So this system that we're envisioning is not just limited to K-2 and not just limited to screening. We're looking at an entire educational system that has to galvanize itself to pay attention to what the curriculum is, what instructional practices are, leadership that's provided, staffing that's available, grouping, instructional time, all of those systems. So you're right. This is a time when we really need to be paying attention to those children who were in the early years during the pandemic and making sure that no one falls through the cracks. It's not just Tier 1 that is a part of general education and that every child deserves. It's Tier 2. Tier 2 is supplemental instruction for all children. And then we have to sort out, what is the cause of a particular problem if a child actually goes so far as to be referred for special education. Is it because of lack of instruction, or is it because of a specific learning disability or other handicapping condition?
Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners online?
Yes, this is Commissioner Hamilton. As a parent of a student with extensive support needs, I see a real clear lack of instruction and expectation around our students with the most significant support needs, particularly those with, combined disabilities of, say, orthopedic impairment. They're nonverbal. They may or may not have access to alternate and augmentative communication. Maybe there's also a vision impairment. I'm explaining my daughter in particular. So while she has been exposed to literacy instruction and has emerging literacy, there's just not enough time in a school day to really get her to where she needs to be. And I feel strongly that there needs to be some additional supports and resources around literacy for these students, maybe assisting parents with outside school resources so that we can ensure that these students also have the opportunity to reach full literacy potential, and also having that meaningful instruction that is geared towards them, that's utilizing alternative and augmentative communication, that is adapting curriculum for their visual needs or whatever their specific needs may be. I think there's a lot of work that needs to go into this, and I appreciate Chair Tostin's comments around just the expectations and the partnerships. I think there are a lot of classrooms out there where literacy instruction for the most significantly disabled students just isn't there. So I think it's so important, and I'd like to just really, this is such a priority for me. So thank you.
You're welcome. I'd like to comment that in the accreditation standards for teacher preparation that were developed were not just for multiple and single subject credentials, but also for pre-K ACSE specialist instruction and education specialist teachers. And we developed also particular standards for deaf and hard of hearing teachers of children with visual impairments, and for early childhood special education, in addition to mild to moderate support needs and extensive support needs. And I think the individuals we worked with acknowledged that a lot of the work that's been done in literacy may not have filtered to everyone especially in those extensive support needs settings, and that's something that we want to work with. I've had the opportunity to work with a number of individuals in the design team as a liaison to the design team, creating the new literacy performance assessment, and there are individuals there representing deaf students as well, or deaf education, as well as education for those with visual impairments. So, and we have talked about how we're actually planning a conference presentation together for teachers of children with visual impairments. So yes, there's a lot to do, and we want to partner across all those ranges. And I agree with you that regardless of disability and the extent of that disability, we need to serve those children. And we did write in particular requirements for alternative and augmentative communication devices.
I have another question, and my actually comment is that about literacy. So speaking of which of these screening, and then let's say that a student doesn't do very well and they have these resources, right? And of course, I know many schools, my school has an ELD coordinator, we have LPAC coordinator, all these type of things. But in my experience, they haven't been the best. They haven't been doing their job. And my question is, what is going on with the literacy staff shortage? How do we know that these are people who have good credentials? Because what I'm seeing in my schools and other schools, students are saying that I'm not even able to learn my language. I'm not even able to learn English. My teachers are not doing my job. My accommodations are not on the LPAC. What is going on? Why am I taking the test with a bunch of ELD students even though I'm special ed? Why is this happening? So I want to ask you, what's going on with the literacy staff shortage, and why are there teachers, ELD coordinators that are not even teaching, doing their job correctly? And what do we do about that?
I will give you the standard state answer, which is that is something that has to be taken up by the local administration. I'm a former principal, so I take those sorts of comments very seriously, and a former district office administrator. So a specific individual or specific teacher really is the purview of the local school district, and any issue in terms of quality has to be taken up there. But to the larger point, what about this shortage? We have a tremendous shortage of teachers in this state. We need to encourage young people to go into education, and we need to look at ways that we create environments that honor educators and that support educators. Because we had a lot of educators, a lot of my friends retired during the pandemic. They said it's just too much. And so I think your sort of impassioned plea for better educators and better instruction is very important, and one to voice at the local level, but it's also one that we as a whole society need to take up in terms of helping support the creation of more teachers. My colleagues in mathematics and science would probably stand here and argue with me and say that their shortages are even more dire, and special education is another shortage area. So yes, this is a huge concern, and but I think starting with what our expectations are for teachers in literacy is job one, and that's what the Commission on Teacher Credentialing has done with their new standards.
Bonnie, thank you so much for your time, your depth. Did I skip over someone? Nancy. Oh. Bonnie is your co-director. Sorry, Nancy. Thank you so much for your presentation, depth of knowledge, and perspective. I see a hand.
Chair Toston?
Yes, I'm sorry. There is one more online comment, and I'll ask if we can share the screen for public comment at the same time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm sorry, I'm getting to 4 o'clock, so my brain is kind of fuzzy. I just wanted to mention that, like the rest of us, literacy is definitely on the minds of everyone in the state, every parent, and all the educators who are trying to understand the data that's been coming out. And I just wanted to mention I think it was slide 5 I'm looking at, your plowing new ground slide. I think that really kind of sets out sort of the dream of what needs to happen to bring us to a different place. And I just want to say that I'm really appreciative that we're now at that screening area, and I'm glad that you are, we're all recognizing that the screening is for all students. And part of it is not only to help identify students who could use additional supports, but also to not over-identify students as special needs when they are not appropriately in there, or if they should have ELL designation instead. So I'm glad that we're doing a broad screening, and that we can hopefully capture more students so that they get the appropriate instruction. And then to that end, I see sort of the teacher prep standards and working on that side. And then there's literacy coaching and reading specialists on the other end. And I wonder, I guess my question is if the coaching and specialists intervention is enough to capture all these teachers who are not trained in the newer standards for teacher prep. And I'm just curious, as this shortage of educators and literacy coaches on all areas of special ed and education in general, as we continue to face these shortages, what other programs or how like the most efficient ways we can support the teachers who are supporting the students. One thing that came to my mind is I've been learning a lot recently about teacher librarians, and I wondered if they would be part of this group of educators who could work along with literacy coaches to support the teachers in the classroom. So those are just my thoughts. They're a little bit random, but thank you for this information and the work that you're doing.
I'll respond in saying that professional learning for teachers who are currently in the classroom, including librarians and specialists and administrators, is critical. I'm fond of saying that unless we address all aspects of the system, we're not going to see the results we want. That means we need to have a robust literacy planning process, and that is supported from the superintendent level all the way down, that considers the curriculum, the instructional practices, all the different types of assessment, the way that time is being used, the way that interventions and extended learning, in response to the previous commissioner who was talking about her daughter, the expanded learning programs that exist, all of it has to work in concert. If we don't create the entire system with these literacy goals in mind, we're not going to achieve all that we can. So it's not just one classroom teacher's or all the classroom teachers' responsibilities. And I would love, here's my dream, a teacher librarian, a credentialed teacher librarian in every single school, as well as a nurse. And I'll give you my list, okay? But I agree. We can't let any part of the system lag.
Nancy, thank you so much for sharing your very deep expertise and being able to articulate our vision going forward as we plow new ground in this very important area. We look forward to touching base with you in the future and tracking on the work. For the sake of time, I will ask anyone wishing to make a public comment in the room to please line up. And anyone online wishing to make a public comment, now is the time to call in. See one public comment in the room, and then we will move to the call-in public comments.
I'll be brief. Lana Tays again, just for people that are tuning in. I do have a lot of members that watch, so I just want to make sure that one of the things that they have brought up to us at CARS is making sure that panels, like the independent panel that you're getting ready to put together, that actual educators are a part of that process, and especially special educators. I'm sure there will be, but I just want to make sure that that is a part of, they're included.
Thank you. Seeing no additional public comments in the room, any public comments online? Okay. There are no public comments online. So again, Nancy, thank you so much for your time and expertise. We will close item 7 and move directly into item 8. Moving beyond inclusion towards rightful presence. I'm very happy to have joining us Dr. Amy McCourt. This is a continuation of the conversation we began at the beginning of the year with our friends from Supporting Inclusive Practices. If you remember, Dr. Kristen Brooks and others shared about the results pyramid, and I asked them to keep us abreast of their work, and I want to acknowledge Kevin for sharing the resource and the work happening with the SWIFT Institute. So, Dr. McCourt, so happy to have you with us. I will yield the floor to you.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, commissioners and colleagues. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, David and Vicki, for creating some time on the agenda to make this happen. I am here also with my colleague who does work at the Swift Education Center, Alicia Mutri, and she and I have been involved with the work in California on and off for a number of years, and probably most notably the SUMS initiative, or the statewide implementation of MTSS. And we are proud and honored to have been part of that work and continue to be a part of that. Today, we've been asked to speak about the construct of the use of rightful presence as an extension of inclusion. And I feel lucky that I got to hear a few comments from folks on the call today around what their hopes and desires are for their children and students, and needs regarding how to support students with disabilities, including students who have more significant needs, in which we at the center are referring to them as dynamic learners, students who need multiple modes of communication and intense levels of literacy. So we have started some work with CDE around the National Center on Inclusion Toward Rightful Presence. And I know I'm late in the day for you all, and you all have been meeting all day. So if you need to multitask, feel free, and I might just guide you a little, because I am a teacher, so that will make your one audience member happy. But you can go to the link towardrightfulpresence.org. And that is the website that is funded by the Office of Special Education Programs at the federal level through the Department of Education. And once you get there, and then I will get over to my presentation here in just a second, you will see that we have 4 state partnerships, and one of those is with California. And the goal of this work is to improve outcomes for students who are dynamic learners or need multiple supports to be successful. When thinking about how to approach this work, and again, that's towardrightfulpresence.org. Maybe I'll ask Alicia to put that in the chat for me, Dr. Mutri, if she doesn't mind. The goal is, how do we, after spending years and years and years working on inclusion and having some progress, but also knowing the work that's been done is not sufficient, to allow students who have significant needs or who are dynamic learners to access content and curriculum in a way in which they feel a sense of belonging and have high expectations for learning and have effective social emotional supports for that learning, among all of the other traditional hallmarks of a schooling experience. And that's what was the genesis of, how do we begin talking about education of students who have traditionally been marginalized in any number of ways, in a manner that is respectful and deeply tied to a true sense of belonging. And so we dug into what is rightful presence. And I'm going to ask the person who I don't know their name to advance the slide just a bit and say thank you, and we'll move past the welcome. That is the team at the Swift Education Center. You can see on the slide there, we just had our large national event. We were in Kansas City, and but many of us spend a good amount of time in California and other states. We are based at the University of Kansas within the Lifespan Institute. So that's our origin. Our goal at the Swift Education Center, if you go to the next slide, is to provide, we're both research and technical assistants, and that's been very important for our work in California and in many other states as well. But to strengthen school capacity to provide academic, behavioral, social, and emotional support to improve outcomes for students. And what that looks like, at least in our more recent view, is how do we take these really difficult challenges, some of which you've already all been talking about. For example, intensive literacy instruction, teacher shortages, special education teacher shortages in California and across the state. How do we bolster teacher experience and strength so that we're recruiting teachers that have an understanding of our student populations and can and want to stay within that environment? That led us to the next slide, which is the 10-point paradigm. And I am not going to go into all of these constructs today, and I'm going to ask the person that is advancing the slides to go ahead and advance as I'm talking, because it's going to have you click on each one of these buttons, and that's going to be way too much for everyone right now tonight, this evening. So we're just going to share in general the 10-point paradigms and where rightful presence is nested within the overall ecosystem of education. So if you'll bear with me for just a little bit, we are building the idea that diverse learners of any sort of label or marginalization, anyone who's been pushed to the side, be it students with disabilities, students of color, students who are in foster care, students who are homeless, and on, that those students have a focal lens of support on them. And all of this, again, is still within the construct of MTSS. But we seek through this deeper learning about our students and our population to go deeper with a sense of belonging. And so let me talk specifically, but so you see where it's nested within this larger 10-point paradigm, and maybe I'll come back for 10 more visits and go through each one. We'll see. I'll bring popcorn next time. But the next slide brings us to rightful presence. And so you can advance the slide, and actually you can advance it too, if you don't mind. It's making her click again. One more. There we are. So rightful presence was reimagined for purposes of this work, and I think as on the table for consideration of this advisory council, as a way of thinking about education, particularly for students with disabilities in new and different ways. Originally, it was used in relationship to sort of sanctuary communities around refugees and others seeking refuge. Authors and scholars such as Angela Calabrese Barton and Edna Tand, as well as Linda Darling Hammond, have taken rightful presence as a construct and expanded that and strengthened that to the concept of rightful presence at a systems level, with the idea that we can build educational equity that leads to justice for students, families, and communities. And so then, what does that in fact mean? You know, what does that look like when you start to expand and think about rightful presence as a construct in education applied in a manner that has students and teachers experiencing a sense of belonging and more meaningful outcomes? So moving to the next slide, you see rightful, again, as having a valid claim as to some property, position, legitimate, belonging, or held by a valid claim, just or valid claim. So think of rightful in that way. And you can click again. Thank you. And one more time. And this slide is a bit of a tough one for those of us that have been in the inclusion field for a long time. But we have, for more than 30, 40 plus, if Vicky's in the room, she can probably shout out the number, years of working on inclusion as the way to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. And again, it's not landed us where we wanted it to land. Certainly there are exemplars of success with traditional models of inclusion, but there are other challenges that have emerged that have not allowed us to get as far as we would hope. And that's what rightful presence brings to the table. So inclusion doesn't fix systems. Diversity doesn't fix systems either. Only equity fixes systems, because equity expands power sharing, which exponentially increases an organization's problem solving and capacity for cultural sustainability. So I'm going to have you move on to 2 more slides, and I'm going to get into in depth what rightful presence means. And I'd ask you to take a look. I don't know how close you are to the slides because I'm not seeing the setup as well of the room. So if this is difficult for you to see, we can make sure and provide this in a different manner later. Rightful presence, I'll start by reading the definition, and then I'll go into the core features of what this definition is and how this might apply as you're thinking about designing your systems of support for students in the coming year. We believe, and take note of words that stand out as I'm reading this. We believe in an environment conducive to learning and personal growth is established first and foremost through the cultivation of a culture of true belonging. Efforts toward that goal must begin with the presumption of rightful presence and the inherent value of disenfranchised. Inclusion efforts alone cannot bring about substantial change because they adhere to the same guest-host power dynamic that serves to normalize the existence of a group who is invited and a group with the power to invite. Breaking that down a little further and going to the next slide. I don't think the chat is open, so I can't have a didactic interaction with you all, but we'll maybe have a few minutes for questions at the end. I'm not sure. And you can go ahead and advance the words so that they show up on the screen. There we go. Thank you. In that definition, you see three big buckets of information, and this is probably the big takeaway message. Inclusion can't be about a special educator escorting a child with a disability within a school environment and asking and pleading with a certain subset of teachers to allow that child to be in their classroom. And that's a lot of what inclusion has been. It's a lot of us who have been special educators saying, please, this is the right thing to do. Please, can they be in this class or can they be in that class? And that guest host power dynamic has been, has taken away the notion that students with disabilities and other students have inherent value in and of themselves and do not need to be invited into an environment in which it was purposely designed without them in mind. So true belonging within the construct of rightful presence is to take a deep sense of safety and comfort and peace and connect it to an experience and place. So students with disabilities and their educators feel like when they go into the school environment that it's a place in which they belong. It's not a place in which they have been invited. It's a place in which they belong. I hope that distinction is clear. Next is an inherent value that students, dynamic learners, inherent value means person's value does not need to be proven to exist. Like students, using Dawn's daughter, and she may not be on here anymore, I see her, Dawn, as an example. Her daughter shouldn't have to meet an arbitrary standard of anything to be considered a part of both the general and special education environment. It's not about what she can and cannot do to be part of a system of belonging. Therefore, it's the responsibility of educators and institutions to look until that value is seen. Marginalized populations have often been othered and put on the outside of the system, and then we try to blend what we developed for other students who are not those populations, to work for students who have not been served by the system. And that is what we aim to do in this work and turning that on its ear. Rightful presence also is about a fundamental shift in power. So districts aren't having to beg principals to have students with disabilities, and teachers aren't begging to have their student in general education environments. Rather, those students have a rightful place within that environment, and the environment is designed with appropriate instruction, literacy levels, and supports for students to succeed and be successful. Marginalized students, families, and communities should be integral in the shaping and design of educational systems, policies, and practices. And of course, you all are evidence of that aspect in play, this commission in and of itself. Moving on, then, you'll see as we talk about the paradigm in the coming years, in particular the construct of rightful presence, we rely on the scholars I mentioned earlier Dr. Calabrese Barton and Dr. Tan. In this video embedded, and I'm not going to show this evening, there is an equity educator forum that is offered that you can listen to that goes very deeply into the construct of what it looks like to begin thinking about rightful presence as part of a larger system in which all students belong without us having to invite or create separate structures for individuals who need different things. The next slide, and that also is available on the website towardrightfulpresence.org. So what we're planning to do in our work in California and in other states as well is develop strategies that make present and visible the lives of students, the everyday injustices they endure on the path to learning. And related to that, when you do look on the rightfulpresence.org website, you'll see 6 buckets of how we plan to do that by creating belonging, continuing to focus on systems of support, building leaders, building equity-focused educators, creating innovative teaching and learning, as your colleague was saying before I joined the call. And then how do we look at and measure growth? And it sounds like that's on the agenda as well for you all, for students who learn in different and unique ways. So that's how we're thinking about strategies that will be utilized at a systems level that will be implemented in a way in which students with disabilities have the opportunity to benefit. These strategies must become integral to, not separate from, learning. And educators need support in developing embodied understanding about the institutional nature of oppression that has been a part of students with disabilities and the experiences that they've had in schooling. To the next slide, the overall focus of our work puts students at the center, which I know is closely aligned with your work on the whole child and thinking about the whole child as the beautiful vessel in which we get to invest our educational resources and supports. And then rightful presence on the next slide makes present and visible the living truths and passions within every student. And so again, to go back to Dawn's daughter or other daughters or sons that are coming into what their mechanism of communication will be, how are we equipping our teachers to be ready to uplift and scaffold communication in a way that creates rightful presence for that student? Additionally, how do we create rightful presence so teachers don't want to leave? They are leaving in droves. People are pretty miserable for a lot of reasons, and that we have to change the culture of our schools by creating spaces in which whoever walks through that door feels like it's a place where they belong, they're celebrated, they feel lit up by being in that space. That's optimism. At the Swift Center, we are working towards the issue around teacher shortage, on working with HBCUs, Indigenous colleges, and Hispanic serving colleges to uplift educators of color in a variety of different ways and to access the teaching profession in ways in which they maybe haven't thought of before. And specifically, we're going to paraeducators who often spend a lot of years with the least amount of support and resources, providing support for students with very significant needs. So stay tuned for that work too, as we continue to kind of address the issues that you're working on as well. I'm going to have you skip to the last slide, because I want to leave a few minutes for questions, which is slide 21. Rightful Presence is about understanding humanity of the little people, the little students, the big students, all the students in between that help us evolve in this society. It's about their identities, their intersections, their cultures, and their inherent value. Rightful Presence promotes a shared ownership, shared power, belonging, and co-created schooling experiences. Imagine a school in which Dawn's daughter is able to have a voice, and Dawn is able to have a voice in what that schooling experience looks like for her child, in a way in which that translates to the experiences of other child. So we aren't, wearing out parents of children with disabilities, in which I am one. And by the time they get to the end, you're just like, oh, thank God we made it. We got through. How can we, set it up so that for the next parent coming along, that it's just a little bit easier. And as James Baldwin says, we've got to be clear-headed about human beings as possible, because we are still each other's only hope. And I do come into this work with great optimism. I am so proud to be in partnership with California. You all know you lead the nation. We know you lead the nation. We are happy to be in this work with you, and appreciate the time to speak about Rightful Presence. I'll open it up. I think we have time for a few questions, and there are a couple other slides that have additional resources that you might want to point to later.
So, Amy, thank you so much for sharing this information with us. We do have time for comments and questions, and so I'll ask commissioners to begin formulating your thoughts. And I just again want to express appreciation for the optimism that is carried here, and I think this is a conversation that many of us have been engaged with in different language for a number of years to get to what we believe at the core of California education, and envisioning a world where everyone feels as though they belong. That sense of community that we talked about with community schools, we talked about with the YLF presentation, and the experiences that bring us joy and a sense of connection. And so very happy to kind of bookend our day with inviting our student commissioners to have their formal voice as a part of the commission, and then ending the day with language about that demonstrates our shared vision and practices going forward. So Commissioner or Vice Chair Groff, please facilitate the comments.
Commissioner Ding?
First of all, I wanted to thank you. I really appreciate how thoughtful and reflective the language was when it came to talking about all of these issues. And I think taking the time to think about how we address our community and the way that we approach these topics, it really gives that from a mind, for me at least, going in to have that optimism as David talks about, and seeing it in a clearer light. I wanted to ask about, I know you mentioned that for teachers as well, there is a critical shortage of special educators, and part of that is retaining our current special educators. Has there been any conversation about maybe applying this framework or this sense of building a positive environment for educators as well? Because I think happy, healthy educators equals happy, healthy students. Thank you.
Yes, I think excellent question. And you're right with us in your thinking. The idea is if educators are happy, kids are happy, and vice versa. And that is the plan. We are in year 1 of rolling out this work, but I do believe it is aligned with many of the pathways that you're exploring, and excited to see what that looks like in the coming years for educators and students. Thank you. I see Dawn has her hand up, probably because I called her out 10,000 times and I've never met her.
Hi, yes. First off,
Sorry.
I'm driving, so I apologize for any extraneous noises. And we also have Emerson, my 12-year-old, in the back seat, and she could shout something out at any moment. So
great.
But first off, I just want to say, when I saw this presentation on the agenda and started to look at the slides and first hearing this whole concept around rightful presence, it really spoke to me. And so even though I knew I was going to be driving right now, I knew I had to be here to listen. And to give you a little more perspective on our story, Emerson actually attends Chime and has really meaningful inclusion. Yes. And a great experience, but she's a 7th grader, so we're going to be losing that soon. And that weighs heavy on me. But I, even though we have this great inclusion school, and she's had it since she was 18 months old, we've had it all along, from infant, toddler to preschool to elementary school to now middle school. I look outward from that and how inclusion has failed in so many other places in terms of like it being truly meaningful and being a culture like you talk about, and that sense of belonging, and not just feeling like they're trying to change something that wasn't meant for them into something that is, includes them for that time. And it feels like everywhere you go, not everywhere, but outside of Chime, it feels like you're forcing something. So I just love this whole theory and concept around that you've presented, and it was the first time I've heard of it, and it gives me a lot of hope, and it makes a lot of sense. And so I really appreciated your whole presentation. I look forward to learning more about it and seeing where it goes, and taking the idea back to all the places I go to advocate for inclusive practices and belonging, and it going beyond just sitting a location, an inclusive location, but being something really truly meaningful and really truly a culture of belonging. And so it's really amazing. So thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. And I'm glad Emerson had the opportunity to be at Chime, and we will be featuring them soon on the website with clips of what effective education systems looks like. So they are a beacon of what it could be, because they have rightful presence, so I see Christine has her hand up. I would love to say hello, and I feel like we've met before. Maybe not. She's muted.
Okay, thank you. I'm on now. I think we might have met, but
who knows?
My brain. I just want to say thank you. This is so important and so powerful to hear you and to look through your slides on the website. Like Dawn said, I was really excited when I saw this was on the agenda. My own school district, I live in Davis, we're close to Sacramento. They just did a universal design for learning training for all teachers at the beginning of the school year. It had never been done before. And talking to some of the teachers afterwards, I really feel like it has helped open up their eyes and their minds and their hearts to what it is that every parent wants for their child. And it gave them some tools to be able to start working towards that. And so I think, you're kind of giving us these sort of the background of why we're doing all of this, what the end goal really is. And you've said it so eloquently. So thank you for doing that. My daughter is lucky. She is also in a charter school within our district that is, it's called Da Vinci Charter Academy, throwing a plug out for them. But they, really have, I don't think it's intentional. Maybe I'm wrong, but they are very supportive of all students. There's a very big neurodiverse population of students, some with physical disabilities, but I know that many students have various other disabilities, and that's just who they're just the students there. They're all students there, and they're all understanding of each other. Their teachers are all, they're just all students together. And I think that's kind of the ideal of what every school has the potential for. And so thank you for bringing it to the forefront of all of our educators' minds. And I hope we can continue not only working with the teachers, administrators, but also the other parents in our communities and the larger community. And I think we're going in that direction. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. These little buckets of hope are what creates eventually the system that then begins that spillover to where things become the norm instead of the exception. And we just haven't made it there with inclusion. We've had schools like Chime for a long time, and we just haven't been able to catapult that into replication. And so we need to bolster that sense of belonging, as the student said, around educator support toward a different way of being together.
Okay, I think we'll transition to commissioners here. So Commissioner Snipes.
Yeah. I really appreciate your presentation. Thank you. While you were talking, it just reminded me of the group of early childhood educators that I was working with yesterday. And in the presentation that I was giving and in the conversation that we had, we talked deeply about the power structures and handing over power to students and what that means. And I think that when we're talking about changing mindsets and the results pyramid, all of these things filled together. And when we're able to have this conversation around handing power back to students who are 3 years old, 2 years old, and they're growing up in a system that truly believes that they hold the power and honors that fact, I think that's where the change can happen. And just the idea of changing our entire system and practicing universal design for learning as a way of life and not as something that we do, and that inclusion is a way of life and not just something that we do. I think that's where we find the change, and that's where I really appreciate this presentation, because it just reiterates how important it is to see our students from the very first second they enter our programs as whole humans who are worthy of our respect and deserve whatever they need in order to access as much of the world as possible. And so I just thank you, and I echo everything you shared.
Oh, thank you. I think I found my people.
Commissioner Sorter.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I just wanted to add, as we look around about the work for Rightful Presence, as it starts in our schools, but hopefully it will trickle over as we look at participation in the community, in our employment settings, and earlier today when we talked about legislation that passed for higher education. So all these entities working together will have such a strong impact in the future.
Hi there. First off, just want to say that just looking at these slides and hearing your voice gives me so much hope for California. I actually mean it. And I feel like this is the perfect way to help educate our teachers in our schools and districts, because this is something we all need. I mean it. My district needs it. My school needs it. My educator needs it. Everyone needs it. And I think an idea that I would like to propose is that, how about we do this? How about we establish a conference? I feel like that Swift Education Center could do a conference with all the educators in California, invite them, special ed, districts, you name it, all of them, and present this beautiful idea, this theory, this practice. I think that this way would help our educators actually understand what this concept is and actually solve the concern of inclusivity, because inclusion is a big concern in California. And I do want to say a kind of a hope and kind of a quote that I just made up at a minute. It said, "This is the way of educating is change. This way of educating is growth, and this is what California just needs right now." Thank you.
Okay, Amy, how about that? What about a conference?
Well, it's a great idea. And we actually had set up through our work in 2018 a National Professional Learning Institute that used to be funded at Swift, and we conducted. But California being California, and being so amazing at leading, they have taken that conference, and now it's a statewide conference, and you may have been or heard of it. It's the California Professional Learning Institute on MTSS. That would be a already established mechanism that has thousands of attendees that would allow us, and I know they would be very open to this because they're in partnership with us on this work. They would be very open to bringing the concept of rightful presence to that and really elevating it. And I'm not sure anyone else has suggested that idea. So great idea. And I love your quote.
Commissioner Estes?
Hi, I love your presentation. David told me that I would, and he wasn't wrong about that. I had the opportunity recently through Breaking Barriers to write a paper for the Health and Human Services Department in California about how to improve its social emotional behavioral health system in the state, given the governor's mental health plan. The Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, and the recommendation that we came up with resulted in a paper that is titled The Child and Youth Behavioral Health Ecosystem for California. And your language around an educational ecosystem is so extraordinarily aligned. It's exciting because I think the more we align our work, the further we're all going to go. And one of the foundational principles that we came to at the end of the paper was also exactly what you're talking about, which is belonging classrooms, on belonging campuses, in belonging communities, building on the work of Linda Darling Hammond, with a clear shared vision by, for, and with children and families and communities of families empowered as genuine partners to elevate their interests. So I just want to say I'm so thankful for your presentation and the work that you're doing. I think the alignment across even the agencies in California is extraordinary, and it gives me hope for building, a belonging safety net that really does honor us all. So I just thank you. And Linda, actually, I need to thank Linda for coming. She's going to be coming to our symposium in November and speaking about creating a united system that really embraces belonging. So I just really want to +1 on everything you said, and I hope we can further the work here in California. Thanks.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
So I will ask that we post the slide for public comment, just as we have our last few commissioner comments.
Do we have any other comments from commissioners online?
I have a comment. I was muted. Now I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to say thank you very much. And I thank you from my daughter, Isabella. I've told the story before. Isabella is going to be to be 20 in January. So she graduated a year ago, and I fully included her in the classroom setting, and it was an absolute nightmare. It was, I'm not sure if I could say this, but the 4 years from hell. And then in elementary school, I feel like it just took so much of my enjoyment of life during that time. But I feel like she was happy, and even when she goes down to Starbucks or goes somewhere, my son's baseball game, someone will say, "Hey, that's Isabella. Hey, Isabella, do you remember I was in you were in my bio class," or whatever it was. So she's very known in the community because she was so included, and we did fight to have an aide present, but obviously, the curriculum was not up to par, and it was a struggle. And I just want to share the story of a teacher who I think she meant well. She's been teaching a long time, but this was the flavor of being in an IEP where a teacher starts to cry. And everyone's sitting at the table, and you know how intimidating that could be. She starts to cry, that she said that she felt like Isabella was unhappy or sad because she was really not involved in the classroom, and she would sit back away, and that she thought she would be better with her peers in the other classroom. I was angry, and my husband had said, to be sympathetic to that, and I said absolutely not, because it wasn't that. I guess the feeling was that I think some teachers don't have the tools, and you have to bring so much in there to get the individual involved. And everyone is at a different level in the SDC class as well. So what's the difference if they're in a setting where all of their peers are there and everybody's working at a different level? So it was always a fight, always a struggle. And we still got her to have all of her classes so that she can get her diploma someday, hopefully get grandfathered in. And at every IEP, they would put certificate, and I made them remove it, or I crossed it out and signed it and said, "You cannot have that there." And they would explain to me what the law is, and I'd say, "That's fine, you're not going to put it in my IEP." So I'd make sure I met with the counselor that all her classes were included. But would Isabella be more comfortable in another setting? She would, because it was not fully included with all the tools and the curriculum and the modifications for her at her level to make it. And I would help them to change things around. So I just thank you, because this is what the future looks like. And our kids, there's so much that they can do if they're given the opportunity, and they have the right. They have the right.
That's right.
So thank you.
Oh, thank you, April. Thank you for fighting the fight, and for insisting that the words that you want on the paper are on the paper, and that knowing what was right for your daughter. And of course it came at great personal expense to you, but as a mom or dad, that's what you do.
Yeah.
And the idea is, when we have a system in which Isabella we aren't having to beg, or her mother beg, for her to be part of a system. Rather, she's part of a system in which she's already, Isabella goes here, that's how it is. And we aren't having this discussion.
Yeah, you probably heard from parents say at the beginning, they'd bring donuts and goodies, and they'd cry. I did all that. I did because I cried. Right. I want the best for her. And then afterward, you stop crying. You start getting mad, and you show up, and your stomach hurts, and you show up and you say, "Man, they don't really know that I'm a nice person." But you show up and say, "You're not taking advantage of me anymore."
Yeah.
And then Isabella was a cheerleader for that school for 4 years. That was the other thing. They didn't want her to try out. And I said, "Well, you can't take her civil rights away. You don't have to put her on the team, but you have to let her try out." And, her last year she was on varsity, and she was good enough, but they had to give her the opportunity, and it was such a fight. So parents will ask me, "How did you do that? How did you get that?" And I ask them, "How did you not?" You have to stop asking and start telling them. And that's not easy for parents to do. It's not easy. They don't have the stomach for it. I don't even know how I had the stomach for it, but that's why I'm here today. So thank you.
Thank you, April.
So again, I will ask for the slide for public comment to be posted. And as we wrap up, just Again, Amy, thank you so much for your time, and commissioners continue to call back to one of our first presentations this year around the results pyramid. Experiences inform our beliefs, beliefs inform our actions, and our actions are where we find our results. And so I just want to thank everyone for sharing your lived experiences from our commissioners who are still in the system, from parents and from educators. And so what I would ask is, as we continue to reflect on our shared experience today, let's think about how it reforms our beliefs and how it becomes part of our actions going forward. And I just want to underscore, as optimistic and hopeful as the content and the language is, how we use it to be an invitation to achieve the possibilities rather than an indictment of what currently is. And so as we continue to have these conversations and support our statewide administration and leadership, how can we highlight the possibilities and the hope? And I'll close with the quote that from James Baldwin around, like, humans are all we got. And so recognizing our invitation to create spaces of belonging, even as we deal with the hard work of transformation. With that, I will ask for any public comments in the room to begin lining up. I do not see a line forming, so we will pause for a second and wait for anyone online.
We do have one caller waiting online. Caller ending in 0069. You will have 2 minutes to make your comments. Please state your name for the record, and your 2 minutes will begin now.
Hi, my name is Geneva Bailey, and I have a great concern. My daughters, they go to Irvine Unified School District, and there's a lot of serious concerns that they're not being addressed appropriately by California Department of Education, such as there's being death threats made against my daughter, and according to the school, they're not legitimate concern. There's, and my daughter, the same daughter, was attacked by a teacher, and she was restrained by several staff members, and there was the footage. I saw the footage. I reported it to California Department of Education. I told them about it. Now the district says that there is no footage. I never said that. I'm having issues with California Department of Education when I'm submitting all my complaints because they're not going based on actual facts. They're going based on what the district is saying, and I don't find that to be fair. And I'm tired of my daughters going through retaliation after retaliation, and there's so much going on in this school. There needs to be serious investigation. I mean, there's been sexual harassment. There's been sexual assault. These are serious concerns, and no one is doing anything about it. And all Irvine Unified School District is doing is just making things up, covering themselves, not owning up to their mistakes, and pretty much just blaming all the victims. A lot of parents are having the same concerns, and they're scared to voice their concerns because of retaliation.
Caller, that's
so I don't
2
know
minutes. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
There are no other callers online.
Thank you. If we could please leave this slide posted, and we will move into our last agenda item, general public comment to close the day. And so any members of the public in the room wishing to make public comment, or anyone online wishing to make general public comment, we will hold for a few moments before we adjourn. Seeing that there are no public comments in the room, we will close public comments in the room and check for any public comments online.
There are no additional callers online.
Thank you. So we will close public comment. Commissioners, thank you for your patience, and members of the public, thank you for your continued participation in the meeting. We will resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Right back in this room. Thank you, everyone.